Hello, hello, hello. I'm sorry for no opening theme because I'm on a different computer today. But welcome, welcome, welcome. How is everyone doing this evening? Jeez, where are we in? All right. So I'm sorry to deprive the Europeans of the opening theme. Everyone loves it. I know. But here we are. Anyway, it's been a long time since I did a European stream, and so I figured it's a good time to do it. And so here we are. So let's talk about the topic at hand. I know people are like, no intro, heresy. What do I do? Oh God. I mean, let me see. Maybe I've got something around here. Hold on a second. No. Try to see if I have any like it lying some old one lying around. Just because people like it so much. Let's see. What's this one? No, that's not going to be the intro. Oh well. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Okay. I guess I'll just have to make it up to you guys. I'll just hum it. Bound to down to down to down 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 bound to down to down down to down to down down. Live from DC, Preston Jacobs. All right. Now, topic at hand. Let's talk about Stannis today. Yeah, Matt Smith dancing. So let's talk about the topic at hand today, which is how Stannis is going to die. And I've been struggling with this one quite a bit. And there's a reason why I'm struggling with it is, so let's first talk about the show. The show established, actually, like, as much as Stannis's death sucked in the show, I will say it fulfilled three important aspects of the Stannis story. First, it fulfilled the Brienne story. Okay, in A Clash of Kings, Brienne says to Catelyn, "Don't stop me when the time comes to kill Stannis." And so, in that sense, Stannis' death was a completion of a plot and journey that Brienne had. I'm not saying it made sense. I think the having her cake and eating it too in the show was a horrible idea. But I will say that in a narrative sense, it was fitting for Brienne to kill Stannis. She said she was going to kill Stannis back in the Clash of Kings and in the show, and lo and behold, she kills Stannis. All right, so in that sense, yeah, okay. That was fulfilling. Then, in another sense, it established Ramsay as a villain, as a proper foil for Jon to fight against. This is also somewhat foreshadowed in the book with Stannis' arrogance that he speaks to Theon, like, why should I fear Ramsay? Not as fulfilling or as important, because Ramsay has not much to do with the Stannis story. He's going off against Roose. It's a surprise that Ramsay suddenly takes over and becomes, at least in the show and even in the dialogue between Stannis and Theon, it's a surprise that Ramsay becomes the focus. And then the final thing is I would say there is a kind of fateful retribution to Stannis's demise within his own story. In the sense that he burns Shireen, and therefore he should, in a story sense, pay. And so we kind of have these three things. Brienne, fulfilling the Brienne story, establishing Ramsay as a villain, and a kind of fateful retribution for his own story. Now, this is what happened in the show. And all of this is kind of seeded in the book. George did say that there's going to be a burning of Shireen. It does Stannis is kind of arrogant about Ramsay to Theon, and Brienne does say that she's going to kill Stannis. Okay, so we've got these kind of three things about Stannis' death in the show. Now, this is what's sort of weird. Let's get the map out. So, Stannis is, of course, just outside of Winterfell. Let's get him small. Okay. So, when we're talking about fulfilling the Brienne story, well, the problem is Brienne is way down in the Riverlands. Very, 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 very far away with Jaime. Okay. Not really, that's hard. And if we're talking about like the burning of Shireen and then some sort of retribution for that, like in a fate sense, you know, Jon, dead or alive, is up here. Davos is Skagos. And then what we got, Mel. Mel is up with Jon. So that's a problem as well. Because Stannis is, if there is good weather, he's 3 weeks, but he's just months. He's months away from getting to the wall for any sort of retribution there. He is even farther, months from getting down to Brienne. So if Stannis is going to die anytime soon, it can't really have much to do with Brienne or kind of fateful retribution. So, you know, you could say that maybe maybe Ramsay could kill him, but there's a problem with that as well. Because Stannis, he's not a POV, but he is one step below a POV in importance. If you remember when in the Feast for Crows afterward, George R. R. Martin actually says, hey, I can't believe the book is over. There was hardly any Jon, and there's no Dany and no Tyrion and no Stannis. He put Stannis on the same level as Jon and Tyrion and Dany. And it is unlike, it is rare that people are killed, major characters are killed off screen. It is a rarity that major characters are killed off screen without one of our POVs seeing it. It happens. There's Balon. Balon is the probably the prime example of a major character killed off screen. But it's really tough for us to see Stannis die. Yeah, maybe Stannis would die at this battle of ice and Asha could see it. But Asha has nothing to do. She doesn't really know anything about Ramsay. And she doesn't care about like his retribution, like the retribution. She doesn't know about the burning of Shireen or anything like that. And she doesn't know about Brienne and killing of Renly. So the problem with the Asha following around Stannis and seeing him die is that she doesn't care. It's not important to her. This is very different than, say, when you kill Joffrey in front of Tyrion. Tyrion fucking cares about Joffrey. Or killing Robb in front of Catelyn. Catelyn cares about Robb. Or killing Ned in front of Arya. Arya cares about Ned. Asha doesn't really care that much about Stannis. It would be really nice, plot-wise, for Stannis to get down to Brienne or up to Melisandre or over to Davos, have Davos around so that one of these characters that really cares about Stannis gets to see him die. Because no one else, this thing is, we've kind of had this setup even that Stannis is going to win at least the first part of the Battle of Ice against the Freys. And yes, Asha's going to be in that battle, but is she going to be in the next battle? Is she going to be there to hear Stannis's last words? Is Asha going to get captured by Ramsay? You know, she has to be close to hear all of this. But the problem is that Asha doesn't really have any much emotional connection to Stannis. She has some. You know, does Theon care about Stannis? Well, he cares about Ramsay, but he doesn't really care that much about Stannis. He cares a little bit. I'm not saying nothing, but he's not a great character. The other character that could possibly view Stannis dying would be Bran, a character that cares even less than everybody else. You know, so there's this real question of like, who the point of view for Stannis's death would be. And if you kill Stannis in view of Asha and Theon, they don't really care about him that much. It has nothing to do with the Brienne story. It has nothing to do with Burning of Shireen story, Retribution. He's just a dude dying. No one cares. The only thing would be establishing Ramsay as a bigger villain. So, I mean, Theon seeing it would be horrible. But would you really have Theon there? Why would Theon be in the middle of battle? You know, or would they capture them both and then he executes Stannis in front of Theon or something like that? It's a real. I've puzzled over this a bit because there's nothing much that's fitting other than this establishing Ramsay as a villain. You can't get to these other aspects of a fitting Stannis story. You know, you'd really like to have him die after the whole Burning of Shireen as a fateful retribution thing. Or you'd like to have Brienne face him. But neither of those things are going to happen. There is just no time and they're in opposite directions. They are nowhere near each other. We can't have both. We cannot have the show. We cannot have the show. It is just physically impossible. So I've really struggled with this on who's going to observe Stannis and what he's going to do. I've thought that maybe, I was thinking about the fan fiction at this point, that Stannis, after winning the Battle of Ice, all of a sudden decides, yeah, fuck it. Why would I even march on Winterfell? Let's just let everybody there starve and freeze. I've got my army from Manderley for getting Rickon. Let's march south. Like, I think that's kind of interesting and funny. Like, I'm just going to leave. And, you know, Asha, maybe I'll throw you north, and Theon, you can do something else. We're going to send you back to the Iron Isles to trade for hostages. But it's kind of funny to think, what if Stannis just leaves? And then all of a sudden he can eventually run into Brienne and have the Brienne story affect him. Because there's also the question of, you know, once they deal with Lady Stoneheart, what else is there to do with the Brienne and Jaime story? You know, Stannis would be something for them to do. Alternatively, you could have him say, fuck it, I'm going to go back to the wall. They can freeze. and then he can deal with the burning of Shireen kind of stuff, and maybe Davos would handle it. Maybe Davos would kill Stannis. Who knows? Maybe Mel, something like that. Theon off this way. Who knows what we're doing with Asha? But I'm really having a tough time thinking, like, who would observe Stannis in a battle against Ramsay? Not to mention, where does Mance Rayder come in and things like that. We have a real POV problem here because Theon is in no condition to do much. They're demanding his execution. So either he gets executed or they feign his execution, right? So Theon is kind of not able to be a point of view on Stannis for one of those reasons. Either he's going to get executed or they're going to feign the execution. Okay, so Asha is kind of the only point of view, or Bran, but Bran doing anything is just not satisfying. But why is she? Is she going to get captured by Ramsay? And watch Stannis get executed before her eyes? And then what do you do with Asha being held by Ramsay? Or maybe they defeat Ramsay and then they march happily back to the wall and they deal with the fallout from Shireen, and Davos is super upset and just wants to kill everybody. Who knows? It is a new point of view. I think if there were going to be a new point of view in the North, I think the best point of view would be Mance. I think Mance as a point of view would be the most useful. But I can't think of anything else that would kind of work. Stannis leaving would be foolish if they got trapped for so long trying to get to Winterfell in the first place. Yeah, I mean, it is really silly. Like, you spent months and months to get here, and now you're going to fuck off like a few days outside of Winterfell, and I'm just thinking, like, what would you do? Like, if you were, say you win the Battle of Ice, like in the same sense that we've done the fan fiction. You've won the Battle of Ice. You've got a few more soldiers from the Manderleys. You've got some ships. They find out that Rickon is still alive. Why would you throw your forces at the walls of Winterfell? Like, wouldn't you do a siege and just let them freeze and starve? Like, isn't that the logical thing to do? Like, why would you do something foolish like attack Winterfell? And I mean, I understand that there are theories like, okay, you dress people up like Frey soldiers and you send them inside and you get them from the inside and stuff like that. And, I suppose you could try something like that. But then it's just Stannis wins and Stannis is just victorious. There's not any threat for Ramsay. Stannis wins and he executes Ramsay, and then the Ramsay threat is a big letdown. And then they find Mance in the basement and in the crypts, and that's that. And then they just march back north. I'm just saying, if I were Stannis, I wouldn't attack Winterfell. I would simply do a siege and let them all freeze and starve. Yeah. Is your plan in the fanfic for Stannis to leave the North? I don't know. I mean, I think it's an interesting switch for Stannis to just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna start marching south, and then for Brienne, for him to enter the Brienne story. But it's as I don't know. I mean, the other thing is, okay, for a character as awesome as Stannis, you don't want his death to be a whimper. It's got to be something epic. So either like Ramsay kills him in some sort of epic way that Asha views, or he goes to the wall and the others are the ones to kill him, or Davos is the one to kill him. It's got to be something like very, very strong and epic for a character like Stannis, right? You can't just, so I don't know. I mean, when you say long night arrive, I imagine you mean like the others coming or something. But anyway, let's get rid of all this mess here. But this is just one of the big problems. But I'll leave this a little up here. Maybe I'll gotta get rid of this map. This map is, but our boys. We'll let all our boys, all our peeps, hang around here. A Stannis epilogue would be great from Stannis. I mean, Stannis, Mance epilogue, I'd say Ghost epilogue. These are all really good. Calling for spicy politics. Most basic centrist in Europe take on Trump and Putin meeting. All hail the Eurostream. I don't understand. This has to do with like how right wing our media in America has come. Did anyone think anything would come from this meeting? I mean, honestly, Trump is one, like a big pussy, but like two, he's brain dead. He can't possibly like do anything negotiation wise. He's out of it. He like does not. I mean, if he's in a room with like one of his advisors and the advisor is doing anything, but Trump himself is an idiot. He can't do anything. And I mean, did anyone think anything would come from this? Like Zelensky isn't there. So what, you all of a sudden like Putin was going to be like, oh yeah, peace. Let's get out of, we're going to stop the war in Ukraine and just leave. Like how? Like, even if he said, okay, here's my conditions, Donbass and I get Donbass and that's it, and then that gets ceded to Russia, and then peace. Like, what? Trump can't negotiate that. Like, Zelensky needs to be there. I don't get why this was considered an important meeting. Like, and everyone's like, oh, it was this historic summit. What? How? We're never going to fucking remember this summit. This summit was stupid. It was a stupid meeting that was never going to lead to anything because Zelensky is not there. Like, what could Trump and Putin possibly negotiate that would lead to any sort of peace? I'm just beside myself on all the news reports. Like, oh my gosh, this is a big deal. This is a big meeting. No, it wasn't. It was never going to be a fucking big deal. Okay, Putin is not going to stand down, and Trump is a fucking idiot who can't negotiate shit. Like, who in their right mind thought this was going to be something big that led to peace in Ukraine? Like, I don't know where anyone got this from. Or why? Like, I guess there was just like slow news day and they just wanted to have articles about this. But like, there was just nothing. Like, when I saw that they're meeting, and I was just like, yeah, nothing's going to come out of it. Just like last time, just like the time before, just like the time before that. Like, there's never been any peace negotiations with Putin. I mean, one of the big problems is Putin. The other big problem is Trump is a fucking idiot and like brain dead. Like, he cannot, like, if you've watched him in any interviews in the past 6 months, it's gobbledygook coming out of his mouth. Gobbledygook. It is embarrassingly bad. This is why they don't put it on the media anymore. All the media in America is right wing now, but they don't even show him speaking anymore because it's so painful and atrocious. You know, it's outrageous. I mean, you know, Jake Tapper hasn't written his book on Trump, but oh my God, if anyone can give me any reason on like what possibly could have been offered, you know, this is this thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know why people made a big deal out of it. It was never going to be anything. It was never going to be anything. Like when is Putin, like Putin needs to be in order for Putin to maintain power over Russia, he needs to be seen as a strong man, which means he can never make concessions. And Trump doesn't have the power to make concessions, and he's a fucking idiot. He's, so I don't really get it. Ancient Vikings use bones to add carbon to steel. Maybe Valyrians use dragon bones, giving magical edges, smoky patterns. Damascus is high carbon. Obviously Valyrian steel is a stand-in for Damascus steel, of course, like taken to an extreme. Damascus steel wasn't that much better than other steel, but obviously with the kind of curvy swirls in the metal and all that, it was supposed to be the same. Is the element dragon bone? I'd not heard that about Vikings using bone to get their carbon in there. I wonder if it was I understand that they added the bone, but I wonder if it actually did had utilitarian value. I mean, do they, you can add coke in other forms. Coke is the carbon that you add into steel, but like you could add coke in, right? It's coke is that what it is? Yeah. Gray, hard, porous, coal-based fuel, high carbon content. Yeah, I got it. Like if they're already using coke, is the carbon of the bone like adding anything additional? I don't know, but it's an interesting idea that it's the drag. Like, what's the secret element? Like, because we can melt down Valyrian swords, and that's fine. So it does seem to be more in the metal than the method, that there's some element that was added in. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good theory. Go with it. Hello. How goes it? Let me add an overlay for you.
Oh, awesome. Let me change my sound settings.
My chat on Stannis was shorter than I thought. I thought there would be a little more there, but I'm just it's very hard for me to figure out what's going to happen to the Stannis story, because I just don't know if physically anything is very satisfying. It's either Ramsay kills him, or Stannis is alive for a fucking long time for him to get back to the Wall or down to Brienne or something. So I don't know. But I imagine you're calling in to comment.
I know, like that's the thing. I don't know. I wanted to call in because it's about the ancient Viking bones.
Yes. Did that happen?
I've never heard of this. Ancient Vikings use bones to add carbon to steel. Any dragon bones? I never heard of that. Like, I don't know enough about steel production to comment on that, but I've never heard of that.
I mean, I think bones. It was
like I guess like, that's the thing, is you get the carbon from a whole bunch of places, right?
Right. I mean, it's not that carbon is. It's not that carbon is hard to find, but
right.
I think it was more ceremonial. I think it's more ceremonial. But then there's the question of, is there something special about? Could it possibly, whether it actually happened in history and whether it was important is kind of irrelevant. But whether or not you could put dragon bone in the steel, and that's the thing that's making Valyrian steel special.
And then does George know about it? Is the thing? Does George know that?
I think if there were going to be some element added, it would be they're adding obsidian, right? Because if dragon steel,
like
if dragon steel can kill others and obsidian blades can kill others, wouldn't obsidian be the element, which is more silicon based?
Yeah. And that would make sense that it's a misunderstanding that dragon steel is actually talking about the dragon glass thing. With the Stannis thing, with Stannis, I know that there's going to be like a right answer that you're going to fall on. Like it's like the what is it with the White Walker spider things are actually like hands tied together or something like that. There's going to be something like there's going to be a fan that just like hits the right answer. Like what was like the thing with that you solved? It was like who
the gauntlet was, Walgrave's gauntlet. That it was
you just nailed it. You're like that's it. That's the answer.
It. No, yeah. I mean, George wasn't thinking of it, but it so fits. Yeah, that it was not Daemon Blackfire, but his I have the name. I'm forgetting. It's the one with the H. Hagon Blackfire, I believe it was the one who showed up for the council and got beheaded by Bloodraven. And so Walgrave would have been a young man at the time, so he could have probably like observed it and gotten a hold of the gauntlet then. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, with Stannis, like I don't know what you do. You're right that like currently there's no way to end his story satisfactorily. Like these are he's surrounded by people
what's kind of amazing. What's amazing is that the show tried to have their cake and eat it too by having him, fittingly finish the Brienne story, having, fateful retribution, and have him try to enhance Ramsay as a villain. They tried to have all three, and it still failed. It failed to resonate. And it's like, can you have just one of those and have it somehow be successful? I don't know. It doesn't feel like Ramsay winning. Doesn't feel satisfying, and yet that's the one that's the closest to happening because the others are so far away.
Like, okay, let me think of like who's like an interesting person for Stannis to meet. Like maybe that'll be like the thing. Like who's like interesting for him to have like a conversation with.
So here's an idea I came up with, and Stannis says fuck it. He marches south, and then eventually he runs into Jaime and Brienne, and Jaime knows that Brienne is going to probably cut off Stannis' head and she'll be haunted the rest of her life by it. So he decides to fucking kill Stannis so that she doesn't get haunted by it.
Okay. That's kind of like
he steals it from
Arya, right?
Yeah, he steals it from him. Steals it from her.
Okay.
And that like Stannis, and Stannis like completely justifies like his existence, like Jaime will be like, you killed your brother Renly, and he's like even if I did, like him being king would have brought many more people to die, or something like that. And then the big secret would be that like Stannis secretly knew about the wildfire and Jaime's like decision. He's like, I know you killed Aerys because of the wildfire. You think I didn't fucking know about the wildfire? Like, you think Varys doesn't tell me shit? Like, he was a master of whisperers for years. You think I didn't inquire about fire underneath their city? That it wasn't a secret that he was like keeping, that everybody fucking knew. But they were still calling him Kingslayer. Like everybody knew.
I actually really do like that. Like I like that because that's the thing is Stannis is like inherently like a hypocrite. So like but like nobody's called him out on it just yet. So like there needs to be like somebody calling him out as the hypocrite that he is.
Yeah, and someone that is also clever enough. Like Asha is clever enough to like match his words, and that was really fun in the Theon sample chapter when she talked to him. But Asha doesn't know anything. Like she doesn't know anything about like King's Landing and Robert's Rebellion and the history and all of that. She doesn't fucking know.
The relationship with his brother.
Right. Like... You know, so like she's clever enough and cool enough as a character, but she's just not in the know. Well, like a Jaime Stannis conversation would be a fucking pretty epic chapter. Like the two of them just talking and then Jaime executing him at the end would be
I like that. That's actually really good. That's good. That's like the best I've heard for Stannis wrap up, because there's the show where he just gets defeated by Ramsay and killed, which is like hinted at in the sample chapter.
Yeah.
But it's very unsatisfying because like Ramsay and Stannis don't know each other. They have,
right.
You know, it's like that's good. Jaime Stannis conversation would be really good. Yeah,
would be epic. I mean, the other is that you get him back to the wall and he's feeling all high and mighty about like successfully uniting the North, and then the others just fucking kill him. You know, like that's the other thing. It's just like, well, then the others just kill him. Oh, okay. Oh well.
Who does Stannis does have like personal beef with Aeron. I was like rereading Feast, and that Aeron's ship is destroyed by Stannis' ship in the Greyjoy Rebellion.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So they have personal beef. Like it is specifically Fury, like Stannis' flagship that destroys his ship. So it's like
you're right. And like Victorian too. If Victorian weren't an entire world away.
Yeah, that's the thing, is everybody is far away, including Jaime and Brienne. Like when you brought up like Bran possibly being the POV, I was like, oh, that sucks. I hate that idea. Like
I know, right? It's like
the efficient one, but it would be so disappointing.
The most logical POV, unfortunately, is for Stannis is unfortunately Asha, but you know, Asha can't really be that. She can't be like that close to Stannis at all times, like to see him die. So just keep Stannis fucking alive. God damn it! Just
I think that's the best option right now. You keep him alive and bring him somewhere else is like the best. Because like I don't even know what George, like I don't think George has an idea of what he's going to do with Stannis. Like I think that's one of the things that he just does not know.
If he did, I think the map would make sense, but the map doesn't make sense. Like I said, I mean, I fucking bring this map back. I mean, like you can't have Shireen getting burned and Ramsay and him dealing with Ramsay and Brienne like all coming together. I mean, I get why Dan and Dave did what they did.
Yeah,
I fully understand it, because they're trying to close off those plot lines, and it just didn't work. Like, you know, you forced Brienne to warp north, and then she's everywhere in the battle. She's rescuing Sansa at the same time as cutting off Stannis' head. They're trying to have all their cake and eat it too.
The show's so stupid too, because they have that thing where it's an intentional choice by Brienne to kill Stannis instead of save Sansa, but they do both anyways.
Yeah. Could have had her feeling guilty, something like that. You know, have some sort of trauma, have something happen to Stan. Like, plus it would have been much cooler for Theon to actually make it to the wall and face Jon at that time. He eventually faces Jon on the beach, but it just doesn't feel the same.
Damn. I forgot that Jon and Theon actually interacted. Does he just forgive him? He's like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's something like that. He's like, but I heard what you did for, I should kill you, but I heard what you did for my sister, or something like that. I forget the line. And so it was like, and then it was all cool. Yeah.
Oh God.
Tywin ordered Vargo Hoat to cut off Jaime's hand so he would be kicked out of the Kingsguard. Tywin isn't upset about it, but immediately proposes brides. it's not that there isn't a logic to that. I will grant you, but also remember that Tywin doesn't like to be embarrassed, and like having his son walk around without a hand is embarrassing for Tywin, and like he wouldn't tolerate that. Like he'd just be like, "Oh fuck, everyone's gonna be laughing at me because Jaime lost his sword hand," and so in that way it doesn't fit. But I'm trying to think if yeah.
For me, it shows you just how callous and cold Tywin is. The fact that like Jaime walks in and he's like, "Oh hey, how about like I got plans for you? You do that." Like he's not like happy to see him or anything like that. Like I think it works better as like a character moment than like a master plan or something like that.
Yeah, it would be something. I'm trying to also think, does Tywin even know that Jaime's escaped or set free? Because he would have to hear about Jaime getting set free, and then he would have to send messages to Vargo, and he's like, "Vargo, I know the Riverlands is a big place, but if you happen to come upon my son, cut his fucking hand off." Like be really weird. I mean, it's coincidental enough that Vargo finds him of all the people. You know, imagine, you know, had any other group found him, the Mountains Men, because the Mountains Men are lurking around this the same place at the same time. Amory Lorch is dead at that point. Amory Lorch had just died, but you know, he finds him and then cuts him all hand off. Yeah, I mean, it's a very lucky kind of find. But do I think Tywin would have ordered Vargo to cut off Jaime's hand? Nah.
He could have just dismissed him.
He could have just dismissed.
He totally used the precedent that Cersei did, that you could just dismiss somebody from the Kingsguard. Right.
At that point, Joffrey's still alive, so he can just order Joffrey to dismiss him and say, in the same sense that like, oh, you dismissed Boris Blount for doing a bad job, I can dismiss Jaime for getting captured, you know, and you're completely off the Kingsguard, or Barristan Selmy, you know, they all got kicked off the Kingsguard for being crappy. So you could just do the same thing with Jaime. You don't need to cut off his hand. You know, just be like, yeah.
And Tywin brings that up in their first conversation when he gets back.
Yeah,
he brings up Boris Blount in that, so like he knows about it and was going to use that without Jaime's hand. Yeah.
Hi Preston, is the burning of Shireen too obvious? I think it was pretty. I don't think it was like, had it not been revealed. Had it not been revealed, I don't think many people would have seen it coming. There were some in the fandom that had predicted the burning of Shireen, and just because they thought Mel was going to burn Shireen in order to resurrect Jon because she needed King's blood. That theory was there, and so when D&D announced that this was George's plan to burn Shireen, it was a surprise, but not that much of a surprise, you know, for the fandom. But I think but most in the fandom were in denial. I was in denial. I was like, that doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like, nothing's really established Stannis as somebody who would burn Shireen yet. You know, that you would need more time to do that. And even the fandom who predicted Shireen's burning had predicted it in a sense of that Mel was going to burn Shireen. But I don't think there's anything obvious about it. I think it was quite a surprise for people. And it's definitely something that George planned. I mean, D&D straight up told us, but also previous drafts of A Dance with Dragons has more in it. There's more backstory about Maelys the Monstrous, and he kills his own children in order to I forget if it's to fulfill prophecy or something, but but the reason he's childless is because he kills his own children, at least in previous versions, previous drafts of A Dance with Dragons. So it's 100% George's plan. Now George changes his plan all the time, but it's definitely true. But I don't think it was obvious. I think people were pretty surprised. You were pretty surprised, weren't you, Trey? When Shireen got burned?
I'm pretty surprised. I'm still surprised that's like the plan with her, because she's such a tortured character, and that's just a mean ending to give her.
And they haven't established Stannis as that desperate yet, you know? You know, the most evil thing he's done.
And he's far away from her, like.
Yeah. I mean, the most evil thing he's done consciously, because he only subconsciously kills Renly. He doesn't really think he did it. The most evil thing he did was like burn Alistair Florent, you know?
Yeah.
So that's like
he's like a traitor. He's like literally betrays Stannis and stuff. So he's not like he's
not an innocent.
I guess that's his.
And it's the
same. You're right that he's not an innocent. Yeah. It's not like
even Renly is a traitor, right? So, would Stannis bow to Dany or Aegon? No, never, no.
Never see that happening. No. Do you know what's going to happen to his army though? Like, okay, Stannis dies at some point. What happens to his army? Like, who gets it? Or does he doesn't
have much of an army. I mean, it's not much to inherit there. But you're saying like the few Manderly soldiers. I mean,
who does he? How many people does he even have at this point?
So, I mean, you could argue he has about 5,000 at Winterfell, probably less. And then you could argue that Manderly was holding back his forces, and so he has more. And you could argue that Lady Dustin was holding back forces, and she has more. And you could argue that like there's wildlings to throw into the mix that could join the army, you know, ones at the wall and such. But even if you add in like Manderly and the Lady Dustin and wildlings, you are not building an army larger than 15,000. That's like the upper limit. Like that's counting like all the wildlings, like I think 4,000 some cross, but they're mostly sickly. So like maybe you get like 2,000 fighting men from there at very most. And then Manderly is holding back 3,000. And then, I don't know, Lady Dustin, another 1,000. I would say even less. Like you're getting your forces to like 10,000, 12,000 at most. It's really hard to, and if he does, there's no unity to that army. You could say that the Northerners would all unite behind. Yeah. I mean, maybe you could say that they'd all unite behind Jon, a resurrected Jon or something. But that's a tiny army. It's nothing huge. It's certainly not like the show where they keep having this regenerating Northern army that's eternally significant in the battles. You know.
Yeah. Because that's what I'm wondering, like what happens to the North post Dany's invasion? Like, okay, who does the North support? Does it even matter if the North supports anybody because they got no people to fight?
Yeah, that's the thing, is it doesn't really, right? Yeah. Like logically speaking, if you're Dany and you land, boom. Say Jon totally unites the North. And say he defeats the Weeper and he gets a whole bunch of fucking wildlings, okay? So now he's got like 30,000 wildlings. Okay, maybe you're getting to a point where Dany would do what she did in the show. But that's completely for Jon's wildling army. Though in the show he also has the Vale clan. He also has the Vale, so maybe. But if Dany lands, you know, she would try to talk to Sweet Robin, right? To get the Vale, or to talk to the Dornish. For their spears. Like those are the biggest armies left. You know, Garland Tyrell, I suppose, is still pretty large. He's still got an army. The Tyrells are still pretty big, I guess. But Jon's down the list. Like his forces are also like way far away. Like say you go to Jon and you're like, okay, you got this great army of wildlings. March them south.
Are the wildlings great fighters? Like that's the thing, is are the wildlings even that good of an army?
No.
These like untrained hunters.
Well, I remember the discussion of Dany in a Game of Thrones asked Jorah if Viserys could retake Westeros with Dothraki, and Jorah's like, against castles, no, they would all fucking die. However, he says, Robert is an arrogant man, and if he would met them in the field, the Dothraki could be quite formidable, you know. But it's like this huge qualifier. Like, I'm sorry, if you don't use your fucking castles, like the Dothraki might have a shot. Like, that's huge qualifier. Like, you'd think after the first battle where you get killed, you're like, okay, let's start using the fucking castles. That was a bad move. So no, I think the wildlings are like that. Wildlings have no knowledge of siege warfare, no knowledge of like spear squares, how to fight, anything. Like, they would be horrible in battle. I mean, Stannis' 3,000 knights or whatever, like, defeated 100,000 of them. So it was, but specifically to the question of like, would Stannis bow to Dany or Aegon? No, because Stannis is in it for himself. I think people have this idea that somehow Stannis is this noble guy who like is living by the rules. And it's like, no, like, he's in it for himself here.
Yeah. He's a hypocrite. I think that's something that most people don't understand about Stannis, is that he is a huge hypocrite.
Absolutely.
He doesn't follow like his army. His army is currently made up of Northmen, like red R'hllor followers and wildlings and Ironmen. Like, he doesn't actually care. It's just a means to an end. Like, if he was a huge R'hllor follower, as people think, he would like force the Northmen to like chop down their trees or whatever, pray at the night fires. But he doesn't do that. He's advantageous.
Yeah, I mean, he already stood with his brother against Aerys. So he already established that like it's legitimate to usurp the throne. And after the throne was usurped and he is Robert's heir, and that's the end of it. Like, anybody else coming in, you'd be like, well, what are you saying, that like in Robert's rebellion I shouldn't have fought? Like, he already tried to capture Dany at Dragonstone when she was a baby. Like, he knows that they're not, he's not bowing to any of them. He's not all of a sudden going to be like, oh shit, look at this fucking succession tree. You got me. He's not doing that.
Okay, wait. I got something for Stannis. The way he dies is you put Stannis in there instead of Sam Tarly's dad. What's his name?
Randall.
Like, he gets killed by dragon fire, because they do have that thing where Stannis is talking about how he loves the dragons. He's like obsessed with dragons, right? It's like, true. Dragon skulls were so cool, and then they're beautiful creatures and stuff. And it would be fitting for him to die by a dragon, I think. Like, he was trying to hatch the stone dragons. I don't know.
That's true.
There's several things of him like fantasizing about dragons. I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Everybody does fantasize about the dragons, though. It's like getting to be fitting for all of them.
This is true. It's true. Like Tyrion
has the dreams. Arya is like, I'd like to see a dragon. Stannis likes them. Everybody fucking loves these dragons. Wants somebody to be like, I don't really give a shit. Like, somebody just be like, yeah, I don't care. Like, dragons don't excite me. They're just big lizards. I want someone to see one and not have inspirational music playing overhead. Like, just be like, oh, there's a dragon. Who cares? Because you've been camping and like with people, and a bald eagle will fly by. And some people are like, whoa, a bald eagle. And some people are like, I don't care. Like,
see, I'm in the former category. Right? I saw a bald eagle on the road trip. I was like, "Wow, that's so cool!" Because I never seen it. But some people, you're right, are like, "Okay,
yeah,
fine."
Oh, Preston, we need more travelogues. I've got a trip to Albania next week. Do you have any trips for traveling solo? Yeah, I mean, the big thing is Albania is a really fun place. They've got a few hostels that you can check. Like I stayed at a hostel with my wife, and this was before we had kids, and it was all single people, and we all went out hiking, and the hostel like organized different trips. Albania is seen as one of the cheaper locations to travel in Europe, and so it gets a lot of hostel kids, and so it's really fun. I mean, it's just really fun, sitting around and chatting with people from all over the world. And as I say, there's a bunch of nature in Albania. It's just a lot of hiking, and it's beautiful, beautiful country. So no, you'll have a great time. But like I say, just find the local hostel, check in, and then just integrate right into the group of travelers many who are going to be traveling solo, who are looking for company too. But that's my recommendation. You'll have a great time in Albania. Albania's got tons of travelers. I went to Kosovo, hardly any travelers. Macedonia had some, but it was more like, what is there to do here? Nothing.
You went to Macedonia? Oh
Macedonia, yeah. I mean, it's also nature. It's a very green country. They have a lot of statues in the capital. It's kind of ridiculous.
I love the beef that Macedonians have with Greeks, where they like to claim Alexander the Great, but they don't actually own the part where he lived. But they're like, we have statues of him.
I think Macedonia. Well, first Macedonia their official name had to be the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, and I think recently they got to change it to the Republic of Northern Macedonia. So now they're called North Macedonia as a country, because they were sick of being called the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. North Republic of North Macedonia. Yeah, that sucks that they have to be called North Macedonia.
I know. I was staying just south of the border, so I was in that northern part of Greece, and I got to talk to the Greeks that live there, and they do not like the North Macedonians. They think they're posers and stuff. They think they're like us, but they're not like us. I don't know. So it was like funny to hear the beef.
This is, you get in this part of the world, and like everyone's little arguments with each other about, Kosovar and Serb and Macedonian and Greek and Albanian and all these little shit. And it's like, to us, like, there's no difference. Like, we don't understand the difference. Like, you're just like, okay.
Yeah.
It would be the equivalent of like going to Europe and trying to explain to them the difference between like an East Baltimorean and a West Baltimorean. Like, is there? Well, where I'm from, it's a big deal. Like, oh, I saw The Wire. I guess there's a difference between East Baltimore and West Baltimore. Something like that. It's just, I mean, there's a huge difference, I guess, between West Virginians and Marylanders. But to someone outside of America, like, they wouldn't know or care, But, people like Trey from Georgia, good old Georgia.
That's right. And that's the thing, is I'm really not a Southerner. Like, I grew up from parents that were from the North that moved here very recently. So I don't think of myself as like an ethnic Southerner or whatever, I don't have an accent. I never really.
You don't walk around in white suits, drinking mint juleps,
smoking cigars, or whatever.
Calling people boy.
Sweet tea. Hey, boy.
No. It's like, but you'll have a great time. You'll have a great time in Albania. Davos 1 was excellent. How many precursor civilizations do you think there were? In the text, it seems there was a feudal one or something far older. Yeah, I mean, so with regards to the fanfic, the idea was simply that there was a advanced civilization at some point that went underground because of the long night. And there were lots of, just the idea is that they've descended from this very advanced civilization down, maybe even before the long night. Something is that there was someone very advanced. There was even a little hint in this idea that perhaps like it was the Ecological Engineering Corps or something like that, like something even spacefaring. The same idea of like having like the ship in Dorne, like that kind of element of something very, very, so very old that we can't really comprehend what it is. So that was the idea, is that they had something before feudalism, something that was advanced, whether magical or technological or something. But the idea was that the Earth, Westeros, once you go back before 8,000 years, once you go back before 15,000 years, it's a very, very different world, than the one we have is the idea. And that over thousands of years, over 15,000 years, even plastics and things like that disappear, so you just wouldn't know. There's discussions of this. There's discussions that people have on, okay, how do we know if things disappear, like even plastics disappear after 20,000 years? How do we know that there wasn't an advanced civilization a million years ago on Earth, or an advanced civilization among the dinosaurs or something? Like, how do we know? And the only answer that scientists have is, well, if there were, they weren't emitting fossil fuels. They weren't burning fossil fuels. And those didn't end up in the atmosphere, because we can check the layers of Earth, and those layers of Earth will tell us the atmospheric content, and the layers of rock will tell us the atmospheric content. And the atmospheric content does not all of a sudden like spike at some weird time. So that's the only way scientists kind of know that there wasn't an advanced civilization before our own. But
another thing would be like the species you find on continents and stuff. Like after humans have spread throughout the whole world, we've brought like, I don't know, all types of animals from one continent moved to another. In like paleontologically, like the fossils make sense. You don't like have stuff like jumping across bodies of water. Like now, like anybody that comes after us and finds our fossils will just get totally confused.
Right. They're like, all of a sudden cats are everywhere. All of a sudden, like I found a tiger skeleton in the middle of America. What happened? Well, it was at a zoo.
Right.
But it's there, right? But invasive species are everywhere. They're all over. Nothing makes sense. Yeah. So, but that was the idea. That was the idea with Davos, is that we're never going back to Skagos, so we could do with it what we wanted with it. So the idea was that there was some very advanced civilization on Skagos prior to everything that we have now. Is the idea. What about the new book twist George R. R. Martin came up with in 2016 when he accepted that the show would pass him? Could that involve Stannis? I mean, it very well could. We have no idea. What he kind of said was, some people say he like had a number of twists left, and like Shireen's burning was a twist. And I forget the other big one besides like Jon's resurrection. But it's like big twists that were coming. And so I don't know if he was like changing a twist he already had versus adding another twist, and he does change these things. I mean, like, as I say, he was going to kill Victarion, didn't kill Victarion. He was going to have Tyrion fall in love with Arya. He clearly has shifted that to Tyrion falling in love with Daenerys. And so Tyrion's rivalry with Jon was going to be over over Arya, and now Tyrion's rivalry with Jon is over Dany.
That's what that was in the show. It was
Yeah.
he was in love with Dany, like in a romantic sense.
I mean, they tacked it in there. He's like, I love her,
It
not
was
as
like really tacked on.
yeah, not as
That's what that look was
thoroughly
when
as
he was
you.
like looking in the cabin.
Yeah,
And there's like the scene of him like peeking around and like, oh,
yeah, and he's all
oh,
upset that John's banging her, and yeah,
oh my gosh. So you think that's gonna be that does sound like a George thing, even though I hate it. That does sound like a George thing.
yeah. I mean, he just shifted his original outline to that. I mean, when you think about the original outline, is that Tyrion flees and goes north of the Wall, and joins that story, and he has a rivalry with Jon for Arya's affections. Well, you know, the story was shifted, so he's moved Tyrion to joining the Dany story, and then he'll fall in love with Dany, and that'll be the rivalry. But it's effectively the same. It's the same thing. He's just shifted the object of Tyrion's affections. But otherwise, it's all.
I never understood how Tyrion becomes her advisor. Like, I think she should just execute him. Like, I think Tyrion should just be.
Yeah, I've got some ideas on what to do with Tyrion but
like I think somebody needs to just be like just sick of Tyrion's stupid quippy sayings and trying to be clever and trying to trick people. Like somebody just needs to be like Grey, like I don't know, with Grey Worm, people are saying like with his final speech in the show where he's like, you have to choose, stories make everything, and like
and then just Grey Worm just slits his throat. That would have been fucking crazy had that happened. People would have been like, oh shit.
People had talked about that.
I mean, that would have been whoa, oh. And then Grey Worm rules Westeros and sits on the throne. The end. Like, what did we just watch? I don't know. But what's the lesson? I don't know. But they didn't know the lesson of the other one either. So, but yeah. So it's hard to say. I mean, the thing is you also think about how far George has got in the narrative and how many twists and how many changes he's had to do. So it's a story of 3 acts: War of the Five Kings, Dany's invasion, others' invasion. And he hasn't even gotten to Act 2, and there's already massive shifts, moving characters and plot points forward and changing them and things like that. So all of that is there. I mean, it's kind of not worth even thinking about, considering that, the book's never going to come out and stuff like that. But some people were thinking, at this Worldcon that George was going to announce something, but no.
But the Comic-Con New York or whatever in October, it's happening. Somebody saw the post on the website that said George's schedule or something, and immediately was like, oh, that's he's gonna announce what's coming out next. He's good. She-Wolves of Winterfell and this Village Hero and then Winds of Winter. It's no, that's just when George is gonna be at the fucking Comic-Con, dumbass. Nothing's gonna actually happen.
That's it.
He's gonna say same shit.
You'll always be disappointed. He'll always be disappointed.
So he's going to ask him, what's it like being a writer? And you're like, shut the fuck up.
Here's the thing. He's going to arrive and people are going to be like, what's it like what would you suggest I do to become a writer? Or how, and then he goes up to the mic and he's like, well, who gives a fuck? The Winds of Winter is scheduled to come out in January, bitches. And everyone's like, what? Out of fucking nowhere, awesome. Out of fucking nowhere. And he's like, and you know what? After that, I'm on a tight deadline where it's just going to be me writing for the Dream of Spring. You guys lost faith, but no, it's all here. And the room just goes mad. People are tearing their clothes. Parties.
Oh my god, that would be so funny. Somebody asks him one of those stupid softball questions that they ask him every single time, and he instead just is like, fuck you, this is out instead. That'd be so great.
Winds of Winter is coming, bitches.
Not that cool. Somebody asks him, where should I go for tacos in Santa Fe?
Where should I go for tacos in Santa Fe? It's like, well, I've got two. I'm going to give people a choice by the amount of applause. Which would you rather hear? Where the greatest tacos are in Santa Fe, or the schedule on when the Winds of Winter is going to be published? And everyone's like, tacos, 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 tacos. I remember this was almost 10 years ago at Balticon, when he read the Forsaken chapter. And I remember he gave the audience a choice. And he's like, okay, this is my choice. Okay, I'm going to get the choice of Mercy. I've read this once before, but it's a really good chapter, you know, da, da, da. Or he's like, I can read Sons of the Dragon. I've read this once before at this other. Or I can read like Aeron Damphair. And it's like, what do you think, man? What do you fucking think? Given those three fucking options, a chapter you've already read, fucking Sons of the Dragon history, or fucking the Forsaken chapter, like Aeron Damphair, like it was just like. And so he did the vote, and like
quite possibly the best thing he's written in maybe his whole career.
Oh my god. And anyway, I at this point I scream out, Aeron King, and everyone starts chanting Aeron King. And then he like hushes them. He's like, well, let's give people a chance. He was like annoyed. He's like, okay, who would like to hear the Mercy chapter again? And it's like two people being like, and then Sons of the Dragon. And then like the Forsaken. And then like the whole auditorium was like, ah! He's like, all right, I think Aeron Damphair. I think the Damphair wins.
Is that the only time he's ever read the Forsaken?
That's right.
That is crazy. That is crazy to me that it was just up to a vote and we could have just heard Sons of the Dragon instead, and we never would have heard the Forsaken chapter.
Oh yeah.
Ever. Like, you know, like we never would have gotten the Forsaken chapter, period.
Yeah. I'm actually even surprised. I'm actually surprised that like Tyrion 1 was read once and Barristan 2 was read once, and we don't have like, we have a summary, but I'm just so surprised that like no one recorded it. Like, I'm just so surprised, like no one gave a better like detailed account. Those are just lost because just no one did it. But yeah, someone clearly recorded for the Forsaken, even though he told people not to record it. So, you know.
That's insane to me that it could have just been easily lost too. That's just one of his best chapters in the entire series.
I don't think anyone would have voted like, you know, like the vote gone differently. The vote wasn't going to go differently.
I'm imagining like him reading Sons of the Dragon to like an audience, and how boring that is. Jaehaerys' son Vigorma had a mental disorder and died of scoliosis or whatever, and it's just like listing facts. Like, oh my gosh, like what a night! Like, just even does he not know what's good of his? Like, does he not know when he's written something really good?
I mean, he thinks Doorways is really fucking good. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Gosh. Sometimes he does, and sometimes he doesn't. I mean, it's like he chose the stories to be in Dream Songs, and I would say that like his stories that he chose for Dream Songs are his better stories, for the most part. Like there's a handful that might not be in Dream Songs, but that are still good. But he knows.
Good Ship Lollipop is not going to be in there.
His story about the Nova car.
Bar. That is in Portraits of His Children. That was apparently good enough to end up in there. So
good times. Good
twist.
I would say one of his best that he doesn't think is good, that's not in any collections, is Men of Greywater Station. Like that's an actually really good story.
Oh, yeah.
That is just not in very many places. But it's hard to find the ones that are like, you know, like having done the search and found all his stories and read them all, you know, the effort put into finding every last one, like it's not great, you know. It's like eating the Cheerios that fell off the table went into the corner and are stale, or something like that. It's just, is Asha pregnant in the fanfic? Could Asha witness Stannis' death and claim that he's the father of her child? It would make her witnessing his death meaningful. So Asha is in the fanfic pregnant. Some people think I made it a little too heavy-handed. The fact that she's like vomiting during the show, during the battle. And somebody said, isn't it kind of cliche that in TV, there's always like the woman has morning sickness and is always vomiting, and that's how everybody finds out narratively. And I was like, yeah, I suppose it's a little cliche. It's true, but that's what we did. We had Asha throwing up during the battle because she is pregnant. But I mean, she was fucking Carl for 3 pages, and specifically thinks about his semen shooting on the inside and how she needs to take moon tea. So you couldn't have her not be pregnant. I mean, come on. Like there's too much Carl dick. There's too much for her not to be pregnant. So what's funny is before the Wayward Bride chapter, Carl the Maid hardly has any role at all. There's no it's out of nowhere that she's been fucking Carl the Maid for years. But there it is.
Is it not hinted at in her like early stuff with Roderick the Reader? Like, it's not ever brought up.
I will look it up here real quick. I don't think.
I think you're right. Because like I think she might allude to it, but it just I think she treats it like she's been fucking everybody.
Yeah. Carl the Maid is mentioned once in A Feast for Crows. And she says, Carl the Maid had said as much when the black wind was approaching from the sea. He had counted the longships moored beneath her uncle's castle, and his mouth had tightened. They have not come, he observed, or not enough of them. He was not wrong, but Asha could not agree with him, out where her crew might hear. She did not doubt their devotion, but even Ironborn will hesitate to give their lives for a cause that's plainly lost. That's it. That was
That's only. Dang. Yeah, so he was invented in dance. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh. All at once, he's like, I need
not enough characters get pregnant in this story. There's not too many pregnant characters. Like POVs, especially. Like there's Dany.
You're right. Dany and not Mel, not Kat. Kat thinks about it. She's like, she does the egg thing. So there's this, people say it probably doesn't do anything, but like if you're trying to have kids, like women will crouch into an egg and then like roll back and forth, on their back. And I think she like crouches and she like leans back and like crouches into an egg or something after, maybe I'm making that up, but it just like she definitely thinks about she thinks
like,
about
there's
Ned's,
still time for us to.
Yeah, she says there's still time, and then Maester Lewin comes in and she gets up naked and runs across the room, and I'm always like, is Ned's semen like running down her leg at that point, or is it congealed? Like what's happened at this point? I don't know. It's yeah. So, but yeah, the basic plan is that Asha is going to use her pregnancy at some point to try to claim that it's really Stannis's, and the whole point of having her save Clayton Suggs' life is that Clayton Suggs is now going to be her creature. And so when people are like, "Is that true?" Clayton Suggs can be like, "Yup, that's what happened." Like that's it. Like, and so he is going to be the verification to people that Asha, he's going to be telling people, Asha's going to be like, oh yeah, that's totally fucking Stannis. And everyone's like, really? And he's going to be like, yep. And then that's it. Well, I guess we have to believe it, so, but that's the plan. That's the plan, giving everything.
Who else in Stannis' inner circle is still around? Is like Horp still alive, or did he die in the battle?
Yes. No, Horp is still alive.
Yes, okay.
I mean, Justin Massey is heading to the wall.
It's away.
Godric, Giant Slayer is still there.
Okay.
I always wanted like a fan art of like Stannis up front, like holding a Lightbringer, like looking sinister, and then like his knights behind him. I always wanted this picture, like him with Lightbringer up front, and then behind him, like Massey, Horp, Suggs, Faring, like the crew, like his knights. I think that should be like a badass picture. Like Stannis.
I gotta find somebody who's an artist, because you're right that he does have like a crew. Like, to our surprise, he has like a kind of. They all kind of have like cool names and cool little character things. Like Suggs having the flying pig on his shield, and it's like not explicitly stated like where that comes from, but you can kind of guess.
Right,
it's great. It's great.
They all have like cool nicknames: the Smiler, the Slayer,
Death's Head, like the knight with the Death's Head moths on his shield. You're like, yeah.
And he like knows how religious they are and how much they fake it, stuff like that, like the different levels. So, Man's point of view would have to confirm MR equals RT. Oh, Man's Raider equals Rhaegar Targaryen. That would be ridiculous. No, I think a Man's point of view would be interesting in that, one, you'd finally get some reconciliation on Mance's backstory, because like Mance's backstory is contradictory in the books. Some people say he's a wildling, and some people say he's in the Night's Watch, and where he was born and who his mom is. It's all kind of weird.
How does he know this Dornish song if he spent his whole life? Like, I guess he picked it up from somebody at the wall. Like, it's weird.
Right. It's weird. All of that together. Like, who is Dala? Why he chose Dala, and how he got mixed up with her, and why she's so important. Things like that. What he thought about the Horn, what he really thought about Craster. There's all sorts of like little things like that where you're like, huh. A Man's POV could clear it all up, Or we could just kill him.
Do you think Mance was because there's like degrees of this weird theory that Mance is Rhaegar, and that with the Corran Halfhand is Arthur Dane or whatever. Right. These, maybe in my head, like, that's not going to happen. They're not these characters are not other characters. But does like Mance know like Corran? Like, did they have a plan together or something?
I mean, the only evidence that we have that Mance and Corran could be like coordinating is, one, they were both stationed at the Shadow Tower. Like, that's it. And then, two, Corran's story on A Clash of Kings makes no fucking sense. Like, that's the only fucking thing. Like, yeah. So you've got like, I mean, and I will say, I've said this many times, like, the story that makes the least sense in the entire story, where there's just like, narratively speaking, it's just gibberish, is the Corran Halfhand mission from Jon. Like, not everything going on there is just ridiculous from the get-go, and it only makes sense in some grand conspiratorial sense. Like, you have to go full Preston Jacobs tinfoil, like Preston Jacobs circa 2017 tinfoil, in order to fucking make any fucking sense of what Corran Halfhand's doing. And even then, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, Jon,
when you're trying so hard.
You're trying so hard. Like, Jon, you need to get back and tell Jeor Mormont that the old powers are awaking. You're like, yeah, Jeor knows. He fucking said that like 12 times in a Game of Thrones. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, he fucking knows. Like,
it seems like they've always known too. Like, they talk about how the Rangers knew about Craster depositing the babies, so they always knew the others were.
The Rangers knew about the Craster depositing the babies. He says in A Game of Thrones that Rangers had been spotting, or sailors had been spotting the White Walkers in the woods. Like he literally is attacked by a reanimated corpse. Like they fucking know that the old powers are awakening. They fucking know, right? Like all of a sudden, like Jon getting a wolf dream about a tree doesn't fucking change jack shit. Like, is he all of a sudden going to be like, wait, Corn Halfhand told me said that the old powers are awakening? Well, that changes fucking everything. I need to send another raven to King's Landing asking for men. Like what the I need to send Alistair Thorne again to King's Landing to get men. Like what the fuck? What the fuck? Like it's the worst, man. It's the fucking worst. But yeah, in the sense that like Corrin Halfhand's whole fucking chapters don't make any fucking sense, and they were both at the Shadow Tower. That's pretty much what you got. And he's a really good fighter. But everybody's a really good fighter. The problem is that everybody's really fucking like everybody's a badass. You know? Like imagine if you're watching like The Fast and the Furious and you're like, "Hey guys, I think Paul Walker's character is the same as Tyrese Gibson's character." And you're like, how? And you're like, well, one, they're both really incredible like race car drivers. And you're like, yeah, every fucking character is a really incredible race car driver. Like it's the Fast and the Furious.
Nothing like them. I like the idea that he doesn't look like him, and he's like, well, he got facial surgery.
He's glamored.
Because like Mance does not have the silver hair. And it's like, oh, he's dyeing his hair. And you're like, what? He's dyeing his hair in the wilds of the haunted forest? Like a ton all the time?
Like why? Just shave your head.
Would the wildlings even care?
I don't. Yeah. It's like, what about his purple eyes? He's got contact lenses. Does he have an aquiline nose? I don't know. Why is he so shitty at the harp? When, like, first of all, like, Mance Rayder's not that great at the harp. Well, Rhaegar was fucking really good at the harp, right? I think. I might be making that up. I don't know how good Rhaegar was. Maybe Rhaegar sucked.
No, I think Theon specifically says that Mance isn't that good of a singer.
Yeah, no, I know that Mance is not really that good. Like, I know that Mance's voice is not that good, and he's not that good at the harp. And I know that Rhaegar, we don't know if he's great, but we know that he makes everybody cry. So he's at least good enough to make people cry, you know?
Yeah. But then again, he's like the heir to the throne, so like they're all like faking it probably too. All this fucking Rhaegar. I always hate how these characters like pump up Rhaegar so much. Like, fuck this guy.
Fuck this guy.
And like, of course, he's all sad. Oh, boo-hoo. I'm like the heir to the throne. Oh, boo-hoo. I have to like marry somebody in an arranged marriage. Like, shut up. Get over yourself.
So does everybody else. Everybody else is in arranged marriages. at least you get
that is true. That is, I would know very much about that. That is true.
Okay. How goes it? How goes it, Carmine?
We'll see what happens. We'll see. Trey, check your Discord, please. I'll press and answer the super chat, and
I saw this. What do you mean by this?
Thinking about names, Bran seems an ancient variant of Brandon. Maybe what came first. Rickard seems an ancient name. Anything ending with un seems Andal. What's up with Rickard Wild's birth date too? I mean, Bran isn't a variant of Brandon. His name is Brandon. Bran Stark's full name is Brandon. They just call him Bran for short. He's clearly named after Ned's brother Brandon, and going back. But Rickard, I mean, there's old Rickards. There's I wouldn't say there's when you're looking for like old names and northern variants and things like that. Andal versus First Men. If you start down that road, you will be disappointed. Like, you're going to find that there are names that you think are northern that show up in other parts of the map, and vice versa. It's not that it's not that interesting. Like, well, you'll be like, oh, is Theon an Ironborn name or is it a Northern name? Well, it's both. It's every fucking
That's always bothered me that Theon's and Theon says that his namesake is
Theon this Northern
Stark,
king,
which makes no sense. Like, why?
Unless they're using the word namesake to just mean like I have the same name versus like I was named after, So I don't know. Like, like if my sister's name's Jenny, but like if she's called J-Lo her namesake, she'd be like, well, you have the same name, but you're clearly not named after J-Lo. Like
I think namesake shares the same name. Yeah, I guess I always interpret namesake as like you're named after that person, but you're right.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah. Wow. That's so stupid. Yeah, George is not consistent about that. And now we have like what's like the one night that he like retconned into being like a First Men night or an Andal night or something like that.
Yeah, I mean Lannister. I mean I mean a lot of things have been shifted around, but also keep in mind that like there's been a massive retcon to the degree of First Men influence. Like when the book is first written, it was very clear that the First Men influence was kind of limited to the north, and that the Andal influence kind of took over everywhere else. And George in early interviews specifically said that old men names are going to be like short, like Stark, while Andal names are going to be like longer and flowery, like Lannister. That was his example. Stark versus Lannister was old. First Men, old gods versus new gods, Andal. And then he went and he made the Lannisters a First Man house. And it's like, well, now everybody's a fucking First Man house. The First Men are fucking everywhere, and there's fucking werewoods fucking everywhere. They're at River Run, even though Catelyn is uncomfortable around werewoods. They're in they're at Storm's End getting burned down. They're in the Cape Wrath. They're at Harrenhal. They're on Cracklaw Point. They're just everywhere. And now everybody's First Men. And so I think if you go down this like etymological path, you're going to be disappointed because George was not thinking about it. He was not thinking about it at first he was thinking about like, oh, does it sound Germanic versus French, Latin kind of thing, how does it sound? Does it sound flowery? Like when you hear the name Peasberry, does Peasberry seem like an Andal name or a First Men name? Well, it sounds like
is Other Shet First Men?
I guess Shet would be First Men, yeah. But you might find, I guess Royce, one syllable, but
Corbray, but that sounds flowery,
right?
Yeah.
All right, let me see if they have any First Men. So even when I say that, like, oh, if it's short and blunt, it seems like Germanic, then it's First Men. Well, okay. Guess what? Beesbury, First Man. Sorry, that doesn't work. I swear. Durandon, Manderley. Manderley? Really?
Manderley?
Massey, Mooton, Moreland, Westerling. Oh, by the way, it has Shet. It has House Shet on this list.
Oh yeah, the First Men House of Other Shet.
Rowan and Ryder and Redwine.
Redwine. That does not. That's an Andal one.
I know.
I disagree with you, George.
Fossaway. Like you're just like, come on.
That
Florence.
A First Man name.
That's the thing is they did make the Florence. So all retconned. So
Dane, is Dane a First Man?
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Okay. He's no Tolkien. Like Tolkien hyper fixated on this stuff and made his own fake language and etymology for every character's name and stuff. George is not that. Like George likes the sound. I get that George likes the sound of a name and he likes alliteration. So like he'll often have a character have like a first name and the last name like have the same letters or same sound or like a nickname attached. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. He focuses more about it being memorable in your head as opposed to having any purpose or meaning, I think.
Yeah. What it just sounds like. I mean, it's like being like, like, why is Peter Parker named Peter Parker? Well, because it just fucking sounded okay to when it was created. It was it. Clark Kent, Lois Lane. Nobody has like real names. It's never like, Lois Goldberg, it's never a clunky real name that people have in real life,
You're gonna hate when we cover the Harry Potter show because it's filled with that, homie. It is filled with those types of names. Luna Lovegood.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Real quick.
What's the German character, Nuremberg? Was that real? Was that somebody making a joke?
In Harry Potter?
Yeah. Is there actually a character named Nuremberg?
I don't want to believe that's true. There's a Nuremberg castle, Nuremberg. I think someone was making a joke.
Okay.
Um,
somebody edited that. It was fake news. Fell for it.
Preston, we live in the dumbest timeline.
What's that?
Remember the thing that happened yesterday, the person asking the question?
Yeah.
They uploaded a video of themselves doing it.
Of her of the character of the person. So what Carmine is talking about is at Worldcon,
everyone knows. Everyone knows at this point. It's
a rather dumb person got to ask a question, and they asked, George, you're going to die soon. Are you going to hand everything off to Brandon Sanderson? And the whole room was like, gasp! Like, you just said to a man to his face that he's going to die? Like, what are you thinking?
We recorded like a whole podcast on this. I actually was able to sync everything together. A friend of mine saved it. I just finished editing it. As I finished editing it, someone sent me the video. Dude, the person who asked the question, they were anonymous. Nobody knew who it was. They uploaded themselves getting booed. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Why? You're the dumbest person ever. Why would you put a target on your back like this? And apparently they believe that it wasn't that bad. I just saw the little clip. Yeah, it's that bad. Trey, did you see it too?
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. People's responses are not as bad as I thought they were going to be. The room is kind of like shocked more than anything. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's the thing is it was so bad that the room was shocked into silence. So the German characters in Harry Potter, Cornelius Agrippa, there's a character named Helmut, Rudolf Spielmann, Henrietta Fischer, Bruno Schmidt, Conrad Weiss, Erkstag, Kirsten Blick. So, no Nuremberg. Sorry.
That was somebody making something up, and I believed it on Twitter. Look. I believe anything. J.K. Rowling, like Cho Chang, like is that so hard to believe? Her making Cho Chang and Kingsley Shacklebolt. You're like, I'm like, look, when I see something like that, I'm like, yeah, J.K. Rowling, I believe anything. Like, they're like a ridiculous name.
So, but now I will grant one thing, okay? So people I'm not like more than in America, people in Britain have ridiculous British sounding names. And I don't like, I mean, obviously, like in Britain, you'd have British sounding names, but like, it's almost kind of funny, So like when I remember when me and my friend years ago, me and my friends were watching this British sitcom called Coupling, and the names would come out and they were so British sounding, Jack Davenport. And you're like, really? Jack Davenport, like that's just your character. That's the actor. Oh, I'm sorry. Or he's played by, no, yeah, he plays Steve Taylor, Jack Davenport, Kate Issett, Sarah Alexander, Richard Coyle, Ben Miles, and so it's just it's funny that their names, I mean, obviously sound British, but are so British, So I think maybe Rowling just went that far. She's like, I live in a land of people's names being, flowery and
but Rowling
British sounding.
Also wanted them to sound as ridiculous and crazy as possible. Like there's a character named Batilda Bagshot. Or every now and then when she can't
Batilda Bagshot? What?
But not Backshot.
Right. I get it. It's getting to the point where everybody has a fucking Bond girl name. Bond girl names are ridiculously over the top, but now every character has a Bond girl name, so.
Also, again, I know Press is going to be new to the Harry Potter show. We'll cover it. They're filming it right now, as we speak. He's not ready for Lee Jordan yet, or what's the Irish kid's name? Irish student at Harry Potter. What's his fuck? It's like Phineas.
Oh my gosh, Irish Harry Potter character.
Seamus Finnegan.
Phineas Joyce. What?
Who always. His whole shtick is that he's always casting spells and they always manage to blow him up. So in a blaze of glory.
Seamus Finnegan is his name.
Who likes to blow himself up with spells.
Yes, George is more like J.K. Rowling in that sense, where he likes how things sound, rather than Tolkien. I think he's closer to that. Yezin Zokagas or whatever. You're like, yes, that's just gibberish nonsense that you just like how it sounds. Resnick Mo Resnick. What is the Mo? Is Resnick both his first name and his last name? What's that? Where's the and it's there's no answer. There's no
what is the difference between Mo and Zoe in Slaver's Bay? Has anyone figured that out? The difference between Mo and Zoe? No. Some people are Mo and some people are Zoe. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. That's my other question. It's going to be Avalon, Harangan Mines, and what is the Resnick Mo Resnick? What does that mean? What does it stand
What's
for?
What's the Mo mean? What's the Mo versus
the House
Zoe?
Resnick?
So yeah. So Trey and I were talking last night, and we were like people waste their questions with George. So there's two ways to waste your questions with George. One, ask him something he's not going to fucking answer, who is Jon Snow's mother, which you got asked a million times. You can waste that. Or you can ask him something he's been asked a million times already, right? So both of those wastes of questions. Don't ask him advice for a new writer. Don't ask him, where do you get your ideas? Just stop. And also don't ask him, is Danny going to go crazy in the books? He's not going to fucking give you an answer. So we've got a few questions that we think that George would answer. The other one is to fuck up like me and ask him something so specific that he can be like, I forgot. All right. That's another one. Don't fail like Preston, where you ask him something really specific and he can be from years ago and he can be like, I forgot. So we've come up with a few. And one is, what was Avalon going to be about? All right. That's one he cannot fucking dodge. He spent, months writing this book. That. He should know what was Avalon going to be about. And then what do the Harangan Mines look like is another one.
Of course. Harangan Mines.
He should know that one too. He spent 15 years writing about the Thousand Worlds universe. And then what is Mo versus Zoe in people's names in Slaver's Bay? What's the difference between Mo and Zoe?
Questions to ask him. Where can you get the best cheesesteak in Santa Fe? What was episode 2 of Doorways going to be about?
We already know that. Okay. We already know what episode 2.
We already know that. We solved it.
We know episode 2? What?
It was going to be about
it. Remember this?
Well, in the comic book, it was going to be about. Yeah, it was like they were all like Texas heroes. but then it got
they're
changed.
Texas
Oh, I
revolutionaries.
didn't know that.
Yeah, it was
Huh.
bad if
Yeah.
it was like what if the Americans won the Alamo instead of
Well,
losing.
there
or
it
something.
is. There's me going off and
And
ruining my
and you're right
question.
in Preston. I think you're right, and it was going to be that in both like because there's the comic book version, which is slightly different than the TV version, but I think it was going to be the same because Davy Crockett is in both ones of
Yeah.
those. So you're right, and it'll be much cheaper to produce, right? It'll be much cheaper to produce, like, oh, Texas, get all those Wild West cowboy outfits we have in like the Universal Studios backlot. Like, yeah, it's super easy, cheap to do.
Yeah, capital of
as
America.
opposed to,
Capital of America is San Antonio or something like that. It's some dumb George idea would be like that. And everyone would be like howdy and all the time, even though like, but
There
wait
it
a
is.
minute.
There, I wasted.
Wait a
my
minute, we're in
question, but,
Chicago. Why are they saying howdy? Where are we? This is an alternate world. And then we'll show mirrors again, and they'll be like, oh, wait, what? I don't understand. In my world, we don't say howdy. Oh, but this is a different world. And they'll explain it again that they're in an alternate
and they'll
world.
pan over, and then there's the Texas flag is being flown everywhere. Everybody's waving Texas flags instead of
Oh,
the United States flag. God, but Carmine, thank goodness you didn't ask it, because that would just be a waste. We know already. We know the answer already to that one, and it's not
well,
interesting.
Preston's not wrong, because we discussed this last night in the recording. But before that crazy person asked their question, the first George question was, "How do you write religion so well?" And he's answered that 1,000 times. He grew up Catholic and all that. He goes into it. It's just the greatest hits at this point. It's a pain in the ass. He's not going to say anything new.
And I don't know if George writes religion that well. Like, I wouldn't even give them that. I don't think George.
Well, his
you've
only,
studied
you
this
know,
shit.
It's just Christianity.
The audience doesn't know this, but every now and then when Trey and Preston, when we get on a group call, these fucking guys will go back and forth on religion. I'm just sitting here going, yeah, I know nothing.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist.
I would say George writes religion in one of three ways. He either writes it as in it's a stand-in for Catholicism, or he writes it as a completely uncompromising zealot religion that is just like over the top. Like everyone is a fervent believer, and they clearly have beliefs that are not compatible with the rest of the world, and there's no stopping them. There's that, like in Tough Voyaging or The Religion of the Red God. And
Seven times never kill man.
Yeah, 7 times never kill man. Like he either writes some zealots, he writes some stand-in for Catholic, or it's something really random and awkward and creepy where we have nothing that we can really relate about it. Where it's just like, so your religion is like, oh yeah, we believe in like spirituality by like fucking people and then shitting on their faces. And you're like, why? It's something bizarre and weird and creepy. Like, but those are the three ways he writes religion. Like, you know, there's no stand-in for Islam or Buddhism or anything else that like, or even Protestantism, like that, you know, in the story. Like, you know, like if you're raised Protestant and you have certain ideas about like individual belief and your personal relationship with God and whether you're going to go to heaven or not. No, that's not in George's stories either. You know, it's just Catholicism, zealotry, or weirdness. Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel all the religions are, you're right. Like the ones that we're given the most attention is the Faith of the Seven in R'hllor, and it's just Christianity both times.
Yeah,
you know,
it is.
Like it's like, and you're just like, okay, again, specifically Catholicism, right? It's Catholicism both times. The religion of the North. Oh my gosh! And the drowned God religion is also Christianity. Again, it's also Catholicism with the baptism.
Yeah, it's just like
he
baptism,
he drowned for us and stuff. You're like, oh my gosh! And then the North, we barely know anything about their religion. The religion,
right?
Is
I would even say that in many ways, like the religion of the drowned God is almost the closest to the Bible, because it's very much like life is pain. The meek shall inherit the earth. Like in the afterlife, we will be in heaven and feast in the drowned halls and stuff like that. Like the religion of the drowned God is very much just Christianity. It might be the most Christian of them all.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ah, well.
it's always dualistic. There's always like, because it's like the Relor is good, evil. Drown God is good, evil. Like that's the thing is we don't know much about the Giscari religion. We don't know that much about the religion of the Dothraki. Like he focuses himself only on the Christian like one, so we don't know anything about the foreign religions that are foreign to him, and it's probably because he doesn't have any reference points for it.
I mean, I suppose we hear some about the House of Black and White, but it's like their beliefs are so like weird and fucked up that they're very hard to relate to. But you know, so
yeah, because you're right, George. It's either Christianity or it's something because it's like the Lycene religions where it's like, yes, this is the cat god with 9 breasts, and we have sex every single day. And
if you're a merchant, you're going to be worshiping, you know, the coin god, and if you're a prostitute, you're going to be worshiping the sex god, and you know, yeah. But you won't find any sort of like...
It's a weird question, somebody saying, George, you write religion so well. I just disagree.
Because in reality, like most religions on Earth, I don't really understand them. Like people have tried to explain Shintoism to me, and I'm just like, that doesn't seem to make any sense. Like, and they're like, well, you're not Japanese. You won't understand it. I was like, okay. I've tried to understand like Buddhism and Hinduism and they're very difficult. It's very difficult to grasp. And there's not really a religion like that in Ice and Fire, you know, where strange theoretical religion that people practice it. And that's the other thing is like the theory versus how people practice it being, you know, disparate things to it, except with the religion, except with the Faith of the Seven. But Stannis versus Jon Con, boss battle. And then he gets burned by a dragon. Bro, that would be awesome. Chad Summerchild. So awesome. Stannis versus Jon Con. I mean, look, I love me some Stannis and I love me some Jon Con. I love both characters. I do. I'm really, really happy that George couldn't think of how to solve the Tyrion plot line and created Jon Con. He is one of the greatest characters. He is a fascinating character, and you know, I love to see more of him. But he's completely unrelated to Stannis. Like Stannis and Jon Con, like them going out after each other, you'd be like, why? Who? It's kind of like Jaime Lannister versus Euron at the end of a Game of Thrones or a Game of Thrones, you know. Of finishing each other's stories, you know. Finishing other people's stories. But is this how, like, I think people get excited because isn't this a lot like an anime or like Dragon Ball Z, where you have big battle characters finally getting to battle each other, or pro wrestling? You're like two characters that don't necessarily have anything to do with each other, but all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, it's going to be a battle between The Rock and Hulk Hogan, because they're both iconic. And so going against
Andre the Giant versus, and you're like, okay, do they have beef? Yeah, you're right. Like Jon Con and Stannis, they need to have beef, right? They need they've never interacted. Even during Robert's Rebellion, they never Jon Con has more beef with like Ned, right? Like or Robert,
you're right.
Like than Stannis. Like I don't like. I'm trying to think.
I'm trying to think because you're right. Yeah, a lot of the people that Jon Con has beef with are dead. Like, if Jon Con could fight Robert, that would be a fucking great battle. Robert's dead. Okay, well, who does Jon Con have beef with? Well, he's got some leftover beef with Aerys. Oh, he's got some unresolved shit with Rhaegar.
He's got shit with Lemon Cloak or whatever. What's the theory? Lemon Cloak is one of like Rhaegar's guys with like the.
Got to start establishing
the yellow.
Got to build up their beef. Got to build up their beef, you know. Best concert.
Maybe he thinks Stannis is attractive. Like you bring in Jon Con's gayness in.
He really he likes the bald. He likes the bald guy. He's got a thing for bald men.
Bald. How old is Stannis relative to Jon Con too? Isn't he like significantly older than Stannis?
That's an interesting because you're right. Stannis is just a year younger than. Yeah, John Con, what, is around 40? I'm guessing. Yeah, John Con's around 40. And Stannis is, what, 35? Stannis is 36. So it's a little older.
Okay.
A little old. It's weird to think that like John Con, this guy who's like obsessed with boys, and love and stuff like that, is like older than Stannis, who just seems older, right? Now, Stannis is a young man, surprisingly young man in the story. 36.
That's crazy.
Best concert you've ever seen, one you wish you were at. There's a few concerts that I remember being really, really epic, but a lot of it has to do with like the circumstances surrounding it. So when Pinkerton came out, Weezer went on tour and Pinkerton bombed. And so, today Weezer is, selling out stadiums and shit, right? And has been for a long time. But there was this period where no one cared about Weezer. And I went down, they were playing at the 930 Club in DC. And we didn't even have tickets. And we went down there and we're like, this is going to be sold out. And we went up to the box office and they're like, no, we still have tickets. You want a ticket? And we like bought them. And we're like, wow. Like no scalper, nothing. Just like bought it from the box office. And, 930 Club is a tiny venue. And I just remember it was so wild. Like the crowd just fucking went crazy. Weezer themselves just kind of stood there and played their music, didn't move at all. But it was just out of control. This is the age of like crowd surfing and shit like that. But it was just, and they didn't have that much material. So they just essentially played the 2 albums and that was it. And it was really, really great memory, really great concert. The other one is related to that. The Rentals, Matt Sharp from Weezer left and formed a band called The Rentals. And their first album is called The Return of the Rentals. And it's an incredible album. And they did a second album called 7 Seconds. And then they broke up for a long time. And then this is years ago, and I'm in New York for work. And I'm with a coworker of mine who's around the same age. And we're in Times Square. And off on one of the side streets, one of the venues has a sign that says like The Rentals. And I was like, what? And they're like, The Real Return of the Rentals. Like, I was like, what? The Rentals? They got back together? Like, what? And I go over to and I was like, how much are tickets? And they're like, $30. And I was like, which was fine for me, but it was weird to like ask my friend who didn't know anything about the Rentals to pay $30 to go see them. And I was like, yeah, do you want to, and he's like, $30. And the guy at the box office is just like, here you go, dude. And he just slides 2 tickets to us. And we're like, I'm just like, what? Like my friend didn't care because he didn't care. And I went inside and it was such a fucking good show. And that was one where there was just enthusiasm. There was just massive enthusiasm. Like one guy, the guy playing keyboard looked exactly like Freddie Mercury. He had this like handlebar mustache and tight shirt, and he's playing keyboard and he's just leaping in the air. That was a great concert. That was a great concert.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple. I've seen No Effects a lot, and sometimes they've really sucked, and sometimes they've been really good. I've seen Rancid a few times, and sometimes they've sucked, and sometimes they've been really good. But I'm trying to think of somebody that really stuck out as like that was a fucking great show. I saw some crazy ones. I saw the Murder Junkies once. Man, they were like they all played naked, and at some point they like lubed up this drumstick and shoved it in the drummer's ass. It was really fucking weird.
Oh my
That was
god.
the fucking
What the fuck did I come back to? What?
the
This
murder
sounds
junkies.
dangerous. I wouldn't trust
Yeah,
anyone to do that.
Gigi Allen's old band. It was yeah, it's fucking crazy, weird stuff. I'm trying to think of anybody. Also, like every time I went to see a Veil, it was just a fucking great show, and they always gave 110%. They were fucking incredible, a Veil, and the crowd always fucking loves a Veil. But these, get very specific here. But the red carpet for the Putin double was hilarious. Did a double come off the off the plane first?
So did you not hear about this?
No.
There's a conspiracy theory that they killed Putin 20 years ago, and they've been controlling the country using Putin's double, and they show pictures from him like 50 years ago versus now. Guys, he just fucking aged. Like there's no conspiracy. The man just got older, but that's
And the thing is,
I'm looking at these side by side. This is the same man.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is Putin is relatively young. He's only 72. He's going to be fucking ruling Russia for another fucking 15 years. It's really sad. Like with Donald Trump, like, the motherfucker is like, knock on wood, he's going to fucking die any day now. But Putin, unfortunately, it's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time. How do they calculate unemployment rates and jobs created? Trump fired the head of BLS and hired someone from Fox News, by the way, but don't trust the mainstream media. Well, yeah. So originally, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it was a pretty robust system that they had. So you would send out, they classify a number of industries in America, and they send out like surveys to different industries to see how many people are looking for work and how many jobs are created and things like that, and extrapolate all of this stuff. I mean, there's literally thousands of people that work for them to do this work. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very hard. But the Bureau of Labor Statistics, prior to now, it was one of the only objective, it was the only objective, trustable source for data. This is the land of what statisticians dream of, working there or census or places like that, where you're actually going out and doing real proper work of figuring out data for millions of people. But yeah, it's they would do all sorts of stuff. Really necessary stuff. You have to figure out prevailing wage, because prevailing wage is useful because when you hire people, when you give visas to say H-1Bs, you have to pay them prevailing wage, and so prevailing, you have to know an industry's prevailing wage, and BLS will come up with that and figure it out. All sorts of stuff. There's some real incredible people in government that were doing this work, and then a lot of them are getting fired or whole shops are dropped. And it's tough because it's it may have been the only time in history where there was up until this point, the past 50 years, where you actually had real good objective data done by statisticians to know about stuff. But now it's all gone because everybody else is, bias is a real thing and really hard. But yeah, unemployment rates, jobs created, that was all done by government employees, sending out surveys, interviewing people in industry. But now who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? People are going to be scared to do their job. And so people, you don't know. Right now people in government are very scared of losing their job. Every single one. So it's hard. It's hard. Thank you, Jack Doyle. I don't know what this still better than Biden comment was, which is, I don't know if I have to ban people. Yeah.
Do it. Fucking do it. Actually, since he wasted his super chat, do you mind if I throw a question at you that you can answer and we can pretend like I donated?
What's this? No. I'm talking this
You mind
Mellow 578.
Oh, well, kick that guy out too. What do you?
No. Jack Doyle. I don't know what Jack Doyle. He didn't do anything except
that's
give me a
fine.
super chat.
Have you ever been to Santa Fe, New Mexico?
Yes.
Preston? Because I know you travel all over the place.
I have.
What is the best? What is the best cheesesteak you can get in Santa Fe? Do you know?
I do not know. I didn't actually. I don't think I ate anything when I was in Santa Fe. I was only there for a little bit. I once had a training years ago when I worked for the Department of Homeland Security. I had a training in Phoenix, and I'd never been to the Grand Canyon or Santa Fe. So I went for a drive and I went up there and saw drove all the way to the Grand Canyon and back and stuff like that. It was not much. Could burning the Shireen cause the wall to fail? I don't see how. I mean, I understand that there's once you get into the world of magic and shit, does there have to be causation? But you have to think about it in the sense of how George handles magic. What character would be doing telepathy or telekinesis or whatever to cause the wall to fail when burning Shireen? What would be the mechanism on why A would lead to B? I mean, I get there's weird stuff like horns blowing and bringing down walls, but you could say, well, someone designed the horn to do that. So why would a random action like burning Shireen cause a separate random action like the wall to fail? That'd just be two things happening that we have no connection. I mean, I could ask could burning Shireen cause Daenerys to get pregnant? Those are two completely unrelated things. Why not? What? Oh, well, Shireen's at the wall. Okay. So could burning Shireen cause, Tormund to gain superpowers and be able to fly? I don't know.
That's the thing, is we got so many explanations for how the wall could come down or how the others could get on the other side. Do you need to invent another one? There's so many pre-established ways, like Goran's way and the horn, right?
Yeah. I'm almost tempted to just not bother, just have the others walk around it. And everyone's like, oh, how's the wall going to fall? And they just walk around it Eastwatch. And that's the end of it. Oh, well, that would
be great. The wall has no magical power. It was just a physical barrier, and the others were just following the treaty, pact or whatever, and decided to disobey it.
It seems to have some magical abilities in the sense that how do you create a wall that size? But George kind of contradicts himself, because the characters in A Game of Thrones clearly talk about the men of the Night's Watch building the wall and making it higher. And then later it becomes, well, Brandon the Builder built the wall. And you're like, wait, I thought that the men of the Night's Watch slowly would bring ice back from lakes and
higher and higher.
Yeah. And make it higher and higher. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I was reading the Storm of Swords, the battle, the Mance attacking the wall, and man, those arrows reaching all the way up there.
Oh yeah, good times. That's perfect.
This is ridiculous.
Have you seen ice in your area of DC? We've seen little to none east of the river. What a time to be alive. I think I saw some guy. I think I saw a couple on the metro, but I don't know if they were like trying to go home or trying to travel somewhere. It's but that's it. But again, the DC thing, it's obviously like a show, right? It's like it's all a test. It's wanting people to react, so then they have the excuse for it in the first place, right? Like Trump's takeover of DC can only last 30 days anyway. So after 30 days, it's just going to be done. And then like he did his takeover of LA too. And what happened? Nothing. It's just, to distract people from Epstein and like to test his powers. And I don't want to say it's no big deal. It is a big deal, but because he's testing his powers, but like if you're expecting something like huge, like right now, I don't think you're going to see much. There's not that many people. Like there's not that many National Guard. There's not that many ICE people around. I think the National Guard people is like 800, and then you talk about like the number of ICE people. A few hundred. So ICE. This is what's weird about. I used to work for Homeland, and I did several reviews of ICE. I know quite a bit about it. What's very funny is that deportations are down under Trump. They're actually deporting fewer people than normal. And the main reason for this is that you can arrest people all day, but you have arrests and you have detention, but then they all get court cases. So unless you increase the number of immigration judges, there's only so many people that you can actually deport. Now, yes, they tried the whole like deporting people without giving them cases and shit, and they got in trouble, and it made them look bad. And they tried deporting to U.S. because they accidentally deported U.S. citizens and on people they shouldn't have deported and stuff like that. So you'll never, but they want to make a show of it. They want to make a show of it, and so they want to successfully they want to scare people, and they have scared immigrants from coming, but they can't actually deport everybody. Like they just, unless they break the law, and which they're going to try to break the law a little bit more, but it's just not going to happen anytime right now. Blam 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 da dam bow bow bow. Man, this is how far back I'm like. This is like the Valerian Steel Cope discussion, With Rhaegar's 3 heads of the dragon obsession and him already having Aegon and Rhaenys, shouldn't Jon's name be Viserys if R plus L equals J? Yes. So in A Clash of Kings, Dany brings this up with Jorah. And Jorah specifically says, well, there was no Visenya. So like Rhaegar should have been focusing on not having a boy, but a girl. He should have been expecting a Visenya if at least according to Dany's logic on who the 3 heads of the dragon are. So yeah, he should have thought Visenya. And so, what's Jon's real name? I don't know. I mean, Rhaegar's dead. He didn't name him, so he didn't get a chance. So it sounds like Jon's named after Jon Arryn, would be my guess. But that makes the most sense. But like, yeah. But should his name be Aegon? Seems a little weird to name 2 sons Aegon. I mean, I guess George Foreman named all of his sons George, but it seems odd to name 2 kids Aegon. But should it be Viserys or Visenya? Dany's maybe it's R plus L equals D, and Dany's real name is Visenya.
Ooh.
You never know. But yeah, absolutely, it should be something like Visenya. Yeah. What did Rhaegar want to name him? Weird. He wanted to name him Todd. Trying to think of like the weirdest Targaryen name.
Gale or something. Isn't there
Gale.
like
Vagon?
there's like a whole bunch of like Middle Dynasty stuff. I don't know. He ran out of names.
Yeah, I mean they all started like being the same, like Aemon and Aemond. Baelor,
Oh, that's stupid.
Daeron.
Yeah. There's the tree.
Daemon, Aegor.
Aelix? Aelix?
Is there an Aelix?
Uh,
Maekar.
Maekar. Vagon. What? Dela? Gaiman? Like, yeah, he just runs out.
That'd be funny
What
though.
is like the word?
She was gonna name you Vagon. Really? Vagon? Yeah.
Valar.
Daggeron.
Daggeron.
Daggeron Targaryen after his favorite weapon.
We're on Daggerwan.
Daggron. Catspaw Daggeron.
Catspaw Daggeron Catspaw Targaryen.
Yeah. Jaehaerys. Damon.
Bow.
Hey Preston, first ever super chat. Been watching your content since middle school. So like 2 years? No. Can't believe it's been over 10 years. Okay, over 10 years. Still listen to your VODs every week. Wanted to say thank you for what you do and good luck with the fanfic. Thank you, TR Pen. I really appreciate that.
Nice.
That's very nice. See?
Since middle school. What the fuck, man?
I know.
Jesus Christ.
Mine's at least like high school. Mine's at least high school.
He's a good reader, okay? He started early on some difficult stuff. And
Trey, believe it or not, you're the second person who started watching us in high school and are now collaborating with us. The first is Logan. Preston, did you know that? Logan's a young guy.
So we groom. All we do is groom, man. We're just groomers.
Actually, no. I'm sorry, Trey. You're the Jesus Christ, Trey. You're the third. You know who the first is? Who actually started watching us in high school?
Who?
Yoyston from Men of the West.
Yoyston?
He started watching us in high school, and then he messaged me on Facebook. He goes, "Any advice for me on how to start my YouTube channel?" And I, like an asshole, I told him, "Yeah, don't suck." And then I don't talk to him for like years, and then I find him, and he has like 100,000. He's doing well.
That's good.
And yeah, we collab with him.
That's
awesome.
I mean, the best I can say about like advice for a YouTube channel is like find your balance between chasing the algorithm and having like authenticity, because people will not watch you unless there's authenticity. But at the same time, if you don't think about the algorithm you won't get any views. So you've got to like find that balance, right? But yeah, you got to, people seek out YouTube because there's this degree of authenticity to it, and the people that do things. We talk a lot about Super Sleuth Ned arriving at twincest based on minimal evidence. How did Stannis and Jon Arryn arrive at the same conclusion? That's a good point. Because I will, as I just gone over Sansa 3, and in Sansa 3, at least Sansa tells the story. She says, "I love Joffrey more than Aemon the Dragon Knight and Queen Nerys," and so Ned at least has a possible incest like hit where he's like, "Oh," but Stannis and Jon Arryn didn't have Sansa, Though that'd be kind of a funny scene, like Jon Arryn and Stannis are talking, and they're like, "What's the deal?" And then all of a sudden, this little girl is like, "I love Joffrey more than Aemon and Nerys." Oh, a eureka moment! How did they have their eureka moment if they didn't have Sansa there?
Cersei and Jaime must be really obvious in public that they're into each other.
That could be it. The other thing is that, like, yeah, that everyone kind of was already whispering about it, and then all of a sudden, this just backs it up. What's odd is I'm trying to think like why would Jon Aaron begin the search? Like, why would Jon Aaron be looking at the book in the first place?
I feel
Right?
like
Like,
anybody with two brain cells could probably start to wonder, hey, wait a minute. Because, Preston, remind me, is it Feast or Dance where Kevin Lannister basically outs Cersei to her face while they're having dinner? Do you know what scene I'm talking about?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
scene.
Do you mind if I read it
Yeah.
out real quick?
Sure.
The scene is basically Tommen has his mother. Sir Kevin's green eyes met her own, unblinking. A last drop of wine trembled wet and red beneath his chin and finally fell. Aye, he added softly after a pause. And his father too, I think. So he knows. And
Yeah.
I think anyone with two brain cells could probably piece it together. And Jon Aaron is not an idiot, so...
Well, it took him fucking 15 years. So, I mean, he sounds like a little bit of an idiot.
I would argue he was
Did
busy.
Tyrion
like,
figure it
putting
out
the
on
realm back
himself?
together.
Like,
Tyrion said he always knew.
okay.
Yeah. Like, growing up with him, he always knew. Which, that makes sense. He's around him more. He knows. But here's the thing. Littlefinger knows, and Pycelle knows. And those characters heard from somewhere, but we don't know where. So it may also be that Pycelle wasn't an idiot, I fucking figured that shit out too. But so Pycelle knew and Littlefinger knew, but they have spies too. And obviously Varys is going to know because he's got spies on the wall, and they're going to see them having sex. So the question is like why Jon Aaron would piece it together at that moment. Like, why after 15 years is he suddenly looking at this book? And why is he suddenly looking for Gendry and things like that? Like, there's no
That's a very good question.
No catalyst.
By the way,
there's no catalyst.
Start looking.
There's one
You're
comment
right.
here made a very good point about Kevin as well. Kevin wasn't in King's Landing to notice until the books. That's also a very good point. Yeah.
Well, they had that incident when they were children.
Yeah.
Where they were.
You would think they would want to keep that quiet, but again, it is kind of obvious. Anyone with two brain cells. So basically, all the smart characters know. Littlefinger, Varys, Pycelle, Zondark, Tywin. Like, everybody knows.
Right. Zondark. It seems like the only person that doesn't know is Renly, which is weird. Which is really weird.
That's a weird one.
Right. Because he like declares himself king without knowing. Had he known, like, it would have been like, okay. Yeah. So I think, I'm guessing, my headcanon is that Littlefinger fed the information to Jon Aaron at some point. But I don't know how how he even knows the book exists. He would have to be talking to Pycelle, and then because Varys thinks everything's going too fast. So it's not Varys, because that's happening too fast for him. Littlefinger's the only one that seems to want to cause chaos at this point. So it seems like he somehow finds out about the book and tells Jon Aaron, yo, check out this book. And then Jon Aaron then pulls in Stannis. But I don't know why he would not take around Littlefinger or something. Yeah, it's coming out from nowhere.
Yeah. I never
You're right.
thought of that.
Wait.
There's no catalyst.
Isn't this
for
kind
him
of answered
investigating.
already? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Stannis is the one who first brought his suspicions to Jon Aaron. I swear it was Stannis who really started this.
So Littlefinger tells Stannis.
I think here's my headcanon. I know you're trying to make like a theory of it, and this is a good theory. What I think is, as the kid, I think, because House of the Dragon kind of touched on it too. After like the fourth kid with black hair Alicent is like, really? Maybe the next kid will have your hair or your features. I think after the third kid was born, and as time went by and their hair weren't darkening,
Yeah.
I think everyone was like, I think Stannis was suspicious. And I think he mentions in Clash that he brought his suspicions to Jon
Aeron. Yeah.
He brought it to somebody. So
but then someone has to tell Stannis. I do say the thing that makes the least sense about it all is Renly. The fact that like Renly at least pretends that he has no idea about the incest in A Clash of Kings when he was sitting there scheming with Loras. I mean, you could claim that it was Loras, that Loras went around, like Loras got to town and was like, dude, they're totally fucking. I'm going to do a power play here, and I'm going to tell Jon Aeron. You know,
I love the idea that like the only gay character is like stereotypically gay in the way that he's like sensing the sex drama.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yes, they're definitely.
Oh yes, they're definitely fucking. Like
they're definitely fucking. I just love that idea.
you have a fucking dar, right, Trey? You know when people are fucking.
Yeah. Gay people are more in tune to that. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, really?
So it's really Loras.
Loras. That's our new headcanon. That was Loras. What's cool about it being Loras is that he can actually introduce, if he's still alive, he can introduce that information. It's hard for like Renly or other people to like admit to it. All of this started with Loras when he came to court. You know.
Wait, Trey, your theory is that Loras has like really good radar for this, and he's the one that might have told Renly, who may have told Stannis, who may have told Jon Aeron. Is that the theory?
Well, the thing is Renly apparently doesn't know when he meets Stannis, right?
Right.
He's like,
so if Renly doesn't know, Loras has to be the one that knows.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Preston. That Renly is not aware of the incest, but he's scheming on.
But Loras has pushed him into scheming because Loras has seduced him. You know,
I kind of like that. idea because it gives Loras something more to do.
Right? Like, he's got the agency. Because it's the only way to make sense of it. Because normally, and if you look at my old videos. I actually say that like the whole small council knew that Renly knew. It's the only thing that makes his actions understandable. But then somebody pointed out that Renly totally claims he doesn't know in Clash of Kings. And I was like, oh fuck. Yeah. Well, I guess that means the scheme was Loras's. The Loras Renly scheme was Loras's. So.
Or is it just that there was an independent plot, like their plot to replace Marjorie was totally unrelated,
totally independent, and
there was another plot going on.
I mean,
because his plot, him marrying off Renly to Robert to Marjorie, is that just so Renly would be close to him? Like, is it just he wants to have his life nearby him?
I think he just wanted to make his sister queen and like power for his family.
Okay.
Because I mean, he can stay.
I always interpreted it as that like Renly was doing it so he would have Loras nearby him.
But he's already at court. He's already near.
Yes.
Unless you get uninvited from court. I don't know who gets invited to be at court. Like, how do you get to be part of the crew?
Like, take him as your knight in your service, right? You could be like, yeah, he's just a knight in my service, right?
Okay. Like, so he's in Renly's service
because Loras is Loras is Renly's squire, but eventually Loras has to become a knight. And
but there's all these motherfuckers just chilling at court, and you don't know who they serve. Like Tal the Tall, you're like, who the fuck? Why is Tal the Tall at court? Why is Balon Swan at court to start? You know, like is Balon Swan serving somebody? Because he wasn't serving Renly, because Renly fucking left, and Balon was just sitting there hanging out behind. He was just like a guest of court. But how do you get to be on the guest list? How do you get to be like Jalabar Zoe and Tal the Tall? Yeah. Mark Mandrake.
You gotta be fun, I guess. You gotta get like an invite and you gotta like earn your keep. But the thing is, Balon Swan is not interesting enough to earn his, or Giles Rosby. Like who is like, we need to have Giles Rosby at court. He's such a fun character. We love him here. We'll pay for his housing and everything.
And his food and everything. Like, why wouldn't you want to fucking be at court? Oh my God, free food, free housing.
And Giles Rosby is a lord, right? He
Yeah.
already has a house. He doesn't need a place to stay. So like,
Oh, they fucking no.
doesn't make
Everybody
any
loves having
sense.
Giles around.
Um,
I mean, I don't.
in his coffin.
Yeah, or like Stokeworth, Tana Stokeworth. Oh, everybody loves Tana Stokeworth.
It just seems like everyone's just like sticking around at court waiting to be given like some kind of mission to prove how cool they are. Kind of like Dondarrion and whoever else was just at court until Ned gave him that mission. Everyone's just chilling, you know, just waiting to be given orders, kind of their duty.
Well, Dondarrion had come for the hand's tourney, and then was chilling for no reason. I don't know why he didn't go home. Like, dude, you're engaged. What are you doing? You're supposed to go home and get married.
Because you're right. The other reason people are at court is to find marriages, but you're right that he has no reason because he's engaged. So he's not actually looking for any marriages. So
he's looking to get away from that shit. He's looking for a mission, a quest.
He's like, I do
to be
not
on.
want to talk to that lady.
And Ned Dane is sitting there for like months, like tiptoeing around, being like, "Should I talk to Ned? No, I shouldn't. Should I talk to Ned? Oh, I shouldn't. I was thinking about talking to him at the hand's tourney, and the fucking months I was hanging out at court, like afterwards. Why did you fucking talk to Ned? You had fucking 2 months." More than 2 months, many months. Oh my God. How do you get to be on the court?
Why did Renly want Marjorie to be queen? Just to please
because Loras wanted it. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only reason. Because he doesn't get anything out of it. I mean, I guess he pushes the Lannisters out. But you're like, hey, let's piss off the High Septon and do something that's never been done before, and have you set aside your wife and invent divorce, which would cause chaos in the realm. Because my boyfriend's got a hot sister and she might be queen. You know, because they're not even trying to usurp Joffrey. They just want Cersei set aside. Well, it would have to be. See, that's the thing is it would have to include the bastardy thing to try to usurp. Otherwise, what's the point? Oh, God.
Right. Because like, if Renly doesn't know about the bastardy or the incest, then he is banking on Marjorie being so hot that Robert is just like irrationally gonna get a divorce Cersei. Based on just
banking on Marjorie
right?
kind of looking like Lyanna.
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Such a weak reason.
It's so weak. I don't know why Renly would ever go along with this. There's just nothing in it for Renly. Because Renly's already getting his dick sucked.
Ned was
like, what more is he getting out of this? Like, what is Renly getting out of it?
Like, is Loras withholding sex or something? Like, that's the thing is we don't get this side of Loras ever. That Loras is a schemer like that.
Loras' point of view
theory is that Loras is the reason this all began. I like that. I like that theory.
No, it's got to be
the real villain.
The only thing. I mean, we've got to invent something because it makes no sense. It makes no sense that everyone in fucking town knows about the incest except for Renly, and yet he's the only one trying to get Robert to set aside his wife. Well, everybody else is like, dude, we all know about the incest, but fucking keep it down. And the one guy that doesn't know about the incest is fucking acting so reckless, going around town trying to get divorces. Oh man. Figured I might add more dragon steel. The name is a combination of the two, but the magical properties inside the dragon bone are like spells, etc. Possibly. I just don't know if are dragons magical. Like in an actual sense. I understand that like in interviews and stuff, George has said things like that dragons are magical, but are dragons magical? Other than the fact that they have like telepathic connection with their owner. But like we wouldn't say like boars are magical. And yet Borak the boar has a connection with his boar, right? So are dragons magical? Do they need to be magical in nature? can't they just be animal in nature? Or is it necessary that dragons are magical? I don't know. I mean, I don't know the answer.
Yeah. Because he's contradicted himself too, where he cares about like the evolution of the dragons and that like they have the right wing number and stuff. Like that's something George really cares about. He's hung up on it for years.
I know. It's part of his greatest hits. Also, dragons live for hundreds of years. Once Valeria died, no more dragons forging. Was it the lack of dragon bones? Therefore, value goes up even before. I mean, I think they said it was also just the loss of the knowledge of method. You know, that you could conceivably, I mean, it could be both. Like, don't get me wrong, but like, they never present it as a lack of material. They present it as a lack of the knowledge, like not knowing how it's done. But it could be. You're right that it could be method and material on it, but I mean, it could very well be, you know, something special and cool about the dragon bones. Trying to think, would you ever make something out of a dragon bone if the value of the dragon bone was worth more for like Valyrian steel? Like, would you do a Valyrian steel dagger, or is that dragon bone more valuable in making Valyrian steel? I guess you'd need to know the ratio of how much dragon bone you need for how much steel, or something like that.
For me, there's no evidence in the text of it is the problem. You know, like there's never mentioned.
Surprised no one made a joke about Jaime giving Varys a hand job in the books. Wait, there was a joke? There's something.
There was a joke of that?
I know. I mean, with his golden hand.
Wait, what's the context of that?
I don't know. The Valyrian. I don't know. In Macbeth, the witches say that he can't be defeated unless the forest and at his castle moves. Then later, his enemy is cloaked with tree branches. Reminds me of Asha at Deepwood and Jon at the Fist of the First Men. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right that Asha, and the various other mentionings of like the feeling that the forest is coming in is taken from Macbeth. You're absolutely right. There's a bit of Shakespeare here and there in the story. I'm trying to think of some other obvious ones, but off the top of my head, but I'm not there. But here and there. But yeah, no, absolutely. Hey Preston, love your reading of the Game of Thrones, going over a Game of Thrones series. From your perspective as a parent, do you notice George getting anything wrong about the family dynamics besides all the incest? I mean, oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, in general, I would say that parents are much more obsessed with their children than the text lets on. And in life, like, all I think about is my children all the time. All the conversations I have with my wife are about my children. All my wife thinks about is children. When I meet other people, I have to, because I only want to talk about my children, I know that bores people, and I have to scale it back. And so I would say that, like, Ned, for example, should be thinking about his kids constantly. Like, everything he's doing should be like kids. Instead, he's thinking about like Rhaegar and whether Rhaegar goes to brothels and shit. And you're like, no, you'd be thinking like, oh, I wonder what Bran's doing. I wonder what Sansa's doing, and things like that. So there's a bit of that. I think that Sansa's betrayal of her family and her defense of Joffrey goes a little far in a Game of Thrones. I'm glad they actually scaled that back in the show. I know that George was originally trying to make evil Sansa, and Sansa was going to go off with the Lannisters, but it's just not realistic. Like at the end of the day, you kind of just side with your fucking family, and like you hate your family, but you're the only one that can insult your family. You're not going to side with somebody else against your family. So I think there's a little weirdness in a Game of Thrones where Sansa is still, even after Cersei and Joffrey have Lady killed and Micah executed, like she's still sitting there like thinking and inventing in her head that it's Arya's fault. I don't think that would have been done. I think that was scaled back in the show because I don't think it's very realistic in a family sense.
Davos not thinking about his kids that much.
Yeah, Davos is insane. The fact that he has all these kids and his wife, and he never fucking thinks about them, and that kind of weirdness. Cersei, I mean, Cersei's crazy, but and she's supposed to be evil, and it's the same with Jaime is supposed to be disconnected and stuff. But it's also weird that they don't think about their kids very much. Because let's also keep in mind that in today's modern world, we're much more distracted. We have our jobs where we drive off to our jobs, and we have TV and movies and all sorts of things to like occupy our time. But you got to remember, like in olden days, people were bored and they sit around gossiping, and their family is right there. So it's weird that everybody is so disconnected from their family, even though they're all right there. Like everyone should be thinking about what their family did that day and stuff like that. It's just kind of assumed, like Ned's love for Sansa is largely assumed. He doesn't think about Sansa that much. But then when he gives up everything for Sansa, it's understandable because that's what fathers do for daughters, but it's done on basic fatherly assumption that Ned gives up everything for her, rather than based on.
I agree too. Like Arya doesn't think about her own mother that much. Like she doesn't think about Kat that much. Like I can't think of any like memories they share, just them. Like this moment together. Like no, it's abstract. Like it's assumed. You're right.
Right. It's assumed or very subtle. Like her choosing the name Kat of the Canals is definitely like, oh, you want to go by your mother's name. Like that's definitely there. But if you chose that, wouldn't it be in your conscious mind? Like it wouldn't be some subconscious thing like, hey, can I go around as my mother's name? Kat? Okay. Yeah. Like, yeah, we recognize that as readers. And granted, like you don't want everything to be heavy-handed in writing. So you don't want everything over the top. Like, every night she was thinking about her mother, and therefore when she kept it a secret, but when they asked her what name she wanted to choose, she chose Cat of the Canals. It's like in writing you want things to be subtle, but in reality, like she's thinking about her fucking parents all the time. Like that's what a human being would do. Mm. We all think about our families all the time. Like our brains are active, are people honest like about like, I'm a 48-year-old man, but do I sometimes still think about like shit that happened to me in middle school? Way too much. And we're all like that, right? We're all like, oh my God, why am I still thinking about this fucking incident that happened when I was 13? Like, that's just the way our brains are. But, I guess that's just not putting it in the text, instead. Instead, for the first time in years, he had himself thinking about Rhaegar Targaryen. Really, you don't think about him every 5 minutes.
The guy that killed his sister. Oh gosh.
But yeah, it is really. It is
like
really
Lysa and Kat don't act like sisters sometimes. Like I don't know. Maybe it's because I have a better relationship with my sister, so they're just very cold and distant to each other for the most part. Even though they're said to be very close or young when they're younger.
Yeah. And it's strange though, because even when you're distant with a sibling, you still know the sibling very well, and the other sibling knows you very well, and you're kind of sometimes like okay, this is what we need to do, and you're kind of in step and in sync because even though you may not like each other, you still signings. You're going to get a chance when you're getting your book signed. He's going to be sitting there signing. Then you can just ask something, and that's your chance. You don't have to be one of the people that has like the mic at a big auditorium. Like during the book signing, you will have a chance to ask a question, So that's you can choose what to but you'd make Trey the Exploiter very happy with that.
If you ask him the best cheesesteak in Santa Fe, the
best cheesesteak in Santa Fe. That's all we want to know. Because we're all going to Santa Fe. Hey.
Sorry, it dropped out.
No worries. But we're telling Time Machine Zero that he better ask about the best cheesesteaks in Santa Fe, because that's what we all want to know. Because we're all going to Santa Fe. All of us are going to Santa Fe. Trey, you been to Santa Fe? I figured you'd be out.
I've not been to New Mexico. Or I passed through the Four Corners, but I never been to actually proper New Mexico.
I mean, I know that you're the type that would show up and in New Mexico and be like, let's go to Chaco Canyon. I mean, I know Santa Fe is going to be down the list. You're going to be like Chaco Canyon 1.
Yeah. When I was passing through, I was like, oh, I want to go to Chaco Canyon. Or yeah. The archaeological sites are really good.
Oh, fuck. Earlier, I totally messed up, and I was talking about a trip to Phoenix where I went to see, and then I was like, oh, fuck, I went to Santa Fe. I totally fucking messed up like Arizona and New Mexico. Didn't realize it. But yeah, there was I had a bachelor party.
They're very similar,
I know. I had a bachelor party in Albuquerque and Santa Fe. I had a wedding to go to in Santa Fe, and we went gambling and went to some strip clubs in New Mexico.
Oh, nice.
During your season 6 watch, Ned versus Dane, you had frogs flying around over Star Wars music. Was that a veiled reference to Darth Maul and Toad being the same actor? Probably not. No, it wasn't. I mean, that's a...
What?
So if you remember, when I did season 6 watch, I had a mock battle where they go to the Tower of Joy, and I have a bunch of frogs flying around.
Yeah.
That comes from an inside joke that at some point I was like, they won this battle against Arthur Dane probably because Howland Reed threw a frog at him. That was it. That was the joke, that Howland Reed pulls out of his pocket a frog, whips Arthur Dane in the face, and then Ned kills him, right? And so the idea was that all these frogs are flying around like Howland Reed is just whipping frogs. But he's saying that is there another? It's a coincidence because, and I put Star Wars music or whatever, but it's a coincidence because Darth Maul does play Toad in X-Men, right? It's the same actor.
I thought Toad from the Night's Watch. I was like, Toad was a character in the show. That'd be Totter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Toad, not Toad.
In the show. I don't remember that.
No, Toad from X-Men is what he's thinking. But yeah. Not so much difference between West Virginia and Western Maryland. Well, that's true. It's just pretty redneck at that point. Hey, Preston. Loved Dogal. You said a sequel was possible, but would be great to see how J&K progress. Lots of space for them to grow as characters. What's Dogal?
Dreams of Ghosts and Indians.
Oh, Dreams of Ghosts and Indians. Dogai. I'm sorry. Sometimes I see it with the T first, and I'm like, the Dreams of Ghosts and Indians. Okay, yes. Thank you, Blue Jaguar, for reading my book. I do appreciate it. There's definitely possibilities for where Josh and Key could go next. A sequel would be possible, but it took so long to produce the first one that I'm okay with where the characters end up. But obviously, like, the end of the book does see Key and Josh like going on to new adventures. Like the new adventures are announced at the end of the book, and there's a lot that can be done with what they do afterwards. And there's new mysteries unlocked at the end of the book as well that could be explored. So yeah, it's certainly possible. But for me to sit down and write another book, that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time, and a man with kids and a job and a YouTube channel and a fanfic. It's hard for me at this point. But
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm so inspired for. Did you finish Dreams and Ghosts and Indians, Trey?
I still haven't. I know. I need to just sit down and read it. I know I'm bad. You gave me a copy. I need to read it. I will. And I will. I just haven't found the time.
I mean, it doesn't have a, like a driving. I don't know if it has a driving, like, you got to see what happens next.
No, but I want to. I want to
Yeah.
read it.
Starting a channel called Rereading Ghosts, Rethinking Indians, but the author hasn't written the next book yet. Tips for dealing with things like that.
That's really good. That's pretty funny.
Oh man, that's brutal. That's brutal. I know. You should all. It would be very different. It would be very different if I released the Dreams of Ghosts and Indians, and then all of a sudden 100,000 copies were sold, and people were like, "Dreams of Ghosts and Indians, you gotta." But
you're so right that, like, it's very different when it becomes like super profitable. Like yeah, it's a different situation. Like, you're known for this now. And you're like, I guess they should make more. Yeah, my whole life's gonna change the trajectory.
Right.
Yeah. Different. Now you have infinite money and infinite time to work on it.
Right.
Like, you're gonna be different.
Oh my God. I'm just I think about some of those writers like Frank Herbert, where like Dune happens, and it's like, yeah, I'm a successful writer and I've got other things, but I could write other things, but the other things aren't selling. And every time I write Dune, I make a lot of fucking money. And it's like, you'd be really focused on writing Dune books, but at the same time, you wouldn't want to finish it, because then you're killing the goose that laid the golden egg, which is why like Wheel of Time ended up as 52 parts and unfinished. Dreams of Ghosts and Indians, guys. Available on Amazon ebook. You can get the physical, get the ebook. They're available. People are saying like, where can they get a signed copy? And it's like, I have copies, I can sign them, but then like, how do I ship them to people? How do I like set up a system like that? That's I figured out.
No, either.
Do you think you'll finish the Going Over series till A Dance with Dragons before The Winds of Winter comes out? Love you, PJ. Yeah, absolutely, I will. Because The Winds of Winter is never coming out, and the Going Over series is going pretty fast. I'm trying to think when I started the Going Over series. And I can do the Going Over series pretty fast. I mean, I can do one of those every day if I really wanted to. But I'm trying to see, where was my first Going Over? If I go maybe it's best if I look at the playlist. All right, let's go over Game of, I did the prologue 1 year ago. So
you're working real fast.
March 7th, 2024. It's actually going slower than I thought. I mean, I thought maybe I'd only started 6 months ago. But yeah, no, I did
You're
first.
past the halfway, right?
Yeah. I think we're 46 chapters in, and there's 73 chapters to a Game of Thrones or something. We're coming. I mean, it's very clear that it's like coming. Everything's. I mean, our next chapter is Ned confronting Cersei, and like after that, everything else is just fucking chaos after that. But yeah, I'll probably continue on into A Clash of Kings and on, and I'll definitely finish before The Winds of Winter comes out. I mean, come on, Come on. The question is, maybe the Winds of Winter fanfic, they're maybe scheduled to be about the same to finish this around the same time. I still have it's still like 4 or 5 more years on the fanfic to finish.
How's Mel coming along?
It just needs the editor to look at it, and then I have to record it. But yeah, it's looking.
Does
good.
it though? Does it need Will
You
to look at it?
I don't know. I haven't sent it to Trey yet.
Yeah, I can look at it
If you want,
if you want.
But I'll send it to you later. But it's yeah. I mean, just having the last editor look at it, and then and then I have to record it. But it came. I mean, Carmine, you read it. You liked it.
I liked it. It really is a giant last time on Game of Thrones chapter, but that's necessary considering you
How much
did
shit's going on.
Yeah, and you did a fairly big jump. So
Yeah.
I will say I'm a little disappointed because, and I know both of you don't remember this because you both are crazy. The three of us had that conversation about like the chaos that would have happened right after Jon is stabbed.
Mhm.
How the mutineers would have fired to the long haul and blockaded everything. Some of the wildlings would have slipped out and fought the mutineers. Who would have died? Oh no, it's Satin. Huh? Someone's at the gates? Stone Snake? Like, we had this conversation, and I even had one of my insane people draw you a map of Castle Black,
Yeah.
so you know where everything.
Yeah. It was great.
So-
Great map of the map of the
Can't
wall.
do that.
There's that map of Castle Black and the map of a wall and all sorts of stuff where people had figured out like where each of the clans are and how many people and stuff like that. Yeah, and it was all very helpful. But it's the Melisandre chapter. I mean, it is just sort of, it's an exercise in trying to get a handle on a story that has gotten out of control. Which is yeah, Trey, I wish you'd seen it, and then you'd know what we're talking about. But it's like, I mean, it's a chapter where you're dealing with the Night's Watch, the Northerners, the Wildlings, Krieg and Karstark, and the Queen's Men, and figuring out what happened to each of them after, in the wake of the mutiny, while moving things forward with like the Weeper and shit like that, and realistically talking about like what would the Wall be like in a world where Jon's dead and everyone thinks Stannis is dead? Like, how would they be keeping it together? What would it be like? And
You actually had a fairly good answer about this, and I hate to cut you off here, but I have been talking to you almost on a daily basis for the last 10 years. And I will say this. I know your reactions and I know how you speak, and I can tell your emotions just from how you speak very easily at this point. You were fucking sad. I could tell you were a little sad that you weren't able to add all this crazy stuff post-Wall Jon stabbing because you realized it's slowly starting to cut. I'm starting to realize what you're saying now. You have realized a while ago, and I think this is why you were sad, that in order to finish this in 2 books, you have to move it along, and you can't dwell on that stuff.
I mean, for example, Longclaw is not mentioned in the Mel chapter, and it's like, fuck. I just can't. I just don't know where to fit it in. I know like what I do with it next. Like Alysanne Mormont is showing up to the Wall. She's going to ask about that blade next time. But like it's just it like pains me that I'm not talking about Longclaw, or like the fact that we kill off Tormund, and people are like, you're going to kill off a huge character like Tormund like off screen, and you're just like, gotta do it. I understand that like George rarely does it. Like I say, like Balon Greyjoy is like the closest you're gonna get to major character killed off screen. And then just like, yeah, he's dead. Fine, move on. Yeah, we do Tormund dirty. Like it's just, he's dead. That's it. Move on. And you're like, fuck, like Like that's horror. Like I get it. People are like, how could you do that to Tormund? Sorry, gotta move on. Like, but that's what Carmine's talking about with like the pain of being like,
we got to move on. We can't have chapters focusing on the wall when there's 47 more Area Hota chapters to put in the book.
47 more Area Hota chapters.
We can't have a John chapter where he goes to the meat refrigerator under the wall. We can't have one of those again.
I mean, I need to hear about their cheese and their mushrooms,
the melons,
and their sausages. And
Bro just wrote that when he was hungry. I'm convinced. By the way, I don't know if it was you or Trey. Jesus. You know, you keep saying shit like that. We really are gonna get the rep that we're the fucking George hating brothers. Like we're gonna get like we're gonna get
He talks about food a little too much. This is not
everybody knows that. Everybody jokes about that. They're like, I need to fill some pages. Let's talk about the food.
That's true. I don't know if it was Trey who did this or Preston, this was your idea, or maybe this was a super chatter who had this idea. But the fact that Jon should never get another POV chapter because he was dead, same with Catelyn. I fucking love that idea. I can't stress enough. That is a great idea. There is no need to give him a point of view chapter because he died.
Is there a chance for Mia to marry Sweet Robin? It would be an interesting dark mirror to Littlefinger's plan, and Robin would have claim on the Iron Throne. Oh, that is an interesting idea. Like Littlefinger legitimizes Maya and then marries her in order to have a claim to the... Well, he would have to get... Well, if he declares himself king just to get the legitimization power to legitimize Maya and then claim he has access to the Iron Throne based on that legitimization. But I think once he would claim himself king, he'd be like an enemy of the Iron Throne. I mean, what we've done in the fanfic is that we've made Sweet Robin declared king, mainly to give Sansa, to give Elaine, to get her legitimized so that she will be the heir to Harrenhal, which is, I think, a much more interesting like path for where things are going. That she would be the Lady of Harrenhal. But that is kind of an interesting path, that if you legitimize Maya, then you'd have a claim on the Iron Throne. But at the same time, you're killing that claim by rebelling and being a king in the first place. You might as well just be a usurper to start. Like, you don't need Maya in that situation, because to get the legitimization power, you'd have to rebel against the throne in the first place. And so Maya is kind of irrelevant at that point. Because where does he get the legitimization power from? And no one would care about marrying a bastard. Littlefinger, Sweet Robin's married to a bastard. They'd be like, who cares? So yeah. I mean, I'm playing around with other stuff. Like in the future, would it would be kind of funny if Dany has to marry Sweet Robin. I think that is a very hilarious concept. Like that she is being followed around by this tiny little snot-nosed kid, and that she had to marry him in order to, after all of the the crap marriages that she didn't like getting married to his daughter, and then she has to marry somebody even worse, Sweet Robin. I had this idea that someone wanted to destroy some books in Winterfell Library, and so the cats wanted to distract them from the burning. That's a hilarious idea.
That is the greatest fucking theory I think I have ever heard. Just this sentence.
No, I mean, in the abstract, I think it's very funny and cool that the main focus was the library but in the end, like they didn't need it. Like the fire happened first, right? Like he didn't need to distract anybody. I guess it's a good cover up. Like no one's like, what were they trying to burn at the Winterfell Library? Why did they do that? Because everyone thinks that the focus of the night was
who
the
cares?
cat spot.
Someone tried to kill Bran.
Right. So it's not the distraction; it's the cover up.
That's genius.
It's the cover up that they really just wanted to burn the library, and it had nothing to do with Bran. That was just a coincidence.
But then Tyrion took the books out, so they missed their target.
Yeah.
You know what?
George has
I'll
been
admit it,
specifically
I'm
asked
wrong.
about those books, and he said that they're still around. Yeah. The books are going to play an important role.
I was gonna say I'm wrong. There is no cool new theory. That was a cool theory, right?
That's
there.
a cool
I like
theory.
that one.
That's a cool theory. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. I like the idea of Stannis burning. Why not by Mel after she loses faith in him? He takes Winterfell, then Jon and Mel just burn him. Like he's got King's blood, just burn Stannis. Oh man, like that would be a kind of a horror movie situation. I suppose so many people to burn. So many people to burn. I'm always confused, like what the burnings do, like why, like what are they hoping? Like I guess there's like change of weather. Is this idea? Oh, we're going to change the weather, but waking dragons from stone is the idea, right? We need to wait. We need to burn some people to wait. Getting winds in the sail. Is Stannis based on Javert? His death might mirror LM. From this is Les Miserables. LM. Javert is if he's the they're very similar characters. You are right. That one character is obsessed with like law and order. I think in practice, Stannis isn't him. Stannis is a big hypocrite. He goes around claiming law and order. I mean, it's like Trump, right? Like goes around claiming law and order and then breaks the law as much as he wants. That Stannis kind of does the same thing, claims that everything that he's talking about the law and justice and this is what's right, and it's really just self-serving. Well, I think Javert like really was a true believer, and when he kind of realized that he was fighting for crap, had nothing to live for. I don't know if I could see Stannis killing himself. Fun with Preston waving his arms, but no audio, sadly, for many minutes. There was no audio for many minutes?
I don't think so. Was there?
Maybe. I don't know. Possible. Wedding involving Sansa made her flee, putting blame on others, which let Littlefinger abduct her while also deflecting suspicious away from Alina. Oh, Purple Wedding. Involving Sansa made her flee, putting blame on her, which let Littlefinger abduct her while deflecting suspicion away from Alina. So people kind of say like, oh, is Sansa needed to be the patsy? But the entire point of using the strangler was the fact that it was supposed to look like it was choking. And so Sansa doesn't need to be the patsy because Joffrey's supposed to choke. But then the question of like, and everybody does believe that Joffrey choked until Cersei randomly accuses Tyrion. Now, maybe Littlefinger was one step ahead of the Tyrells. The Tyrells were like, we're in on this because everyone's going to think he chokes. But Littlefinger's like, haha, actually, I know the Lannisters really well, and I'm going to have these dwarfs, these jousting dwarfs. And Cersei is definitely going to accuse Tyrion of it. And he's going to get caught. But why have Sansa?
Would Sansa going missing? Like, would they think something's up with Sansa going missing? Like, okay, everybody assumes it's choke naturally, but Sansa goes missing.
That's the thing is,
had assumed that she had something to do with it.
It seems like had everything gone to plan, he chokes and then Sansa goes missing. Would anybody think that Sansa killed killed Joffrey? You know, or would they think about that later, or would they just go, "Oh, he choked"? You know,
That's a good question. Yeah.
Does it make a difference? Like, Littlefinger still needs to hide her, even if she's not a murderer, because she still fled. She still fled her husband of Tyrion. So the Iron Throne would still be looking for her, even though she, granted for a much lesser offense, but like that she fled her husband, who she was married to, Tyrion.
Littlefinger's plans are banking on Sansa, like Tyrion dying. So he must have like done the genius calculus that they're going to accuse Tyrion at the wedding then.
That he thought they were actually going to accuse Tyrion and execute him for which would liberate Sansa and allow someone to marry her.
Yeah.
But then Tyrion escapes. Yeah, I mean it's Littlefinger, so he has massive luck all the time. So he was he was mostly lucky, but then was unlucky that Tyrion got away.
Because you're right. Like, what if? Because that's the thing is like Tyrion and Oberyn are talking about it. That Oberyn could have easily gotten accused too, and that would have just messed up Littlefinger's plans totally. Like Tyrion's fine.
Yeah, you're right. That like it could have just as easily been an accusation that it was Oberyn. It could have just as easy been an accusation that he choked. Maybe that was Olena's plan the whole time. She wanted Oberyn to get blamed. But why have it in the hairnets? That's the thing is the hairnet, Dantos and the hairnet like still like have no point. I mean, you could say like, okay, escape at the same time.
Like the thing is nobody finds the hairnet. Like, okay, I would understand the hairnet if like they captured the hairnet and you're like, the hairnet had poison in it and it sends as hairnet. So therefore it's her and Tyrion in cahoots, but they don't find the hairnet. The hairnet's destroyed, right?
Theoretically, did the Tyrells think that Sansa wouldn't flee? Is the idea that both Sansa and Tyrion would go on trial and die? Were they expecting Sansa to flee?
Question. I don't think they knew that Sansa was going to flee. I think Littlefinger
which makes it very cruel that now Olenna is not just framing. It's not just like she's killing a little girl. Is that how she's not only murdering Joffrey, but she's also essentially murdering Sansa?
There is some evidence to back that up with Loras. Loras, for some reason, in like the meeting, the brother, the whatever, the white guys. What am I talking about? The Kingsguard meeting. Like Jaime's talking about like who poisoned Joffrey, and Loras is very gun ho that it's Sansa. Like he's like it's totally Sansa Stark that did it, and it's very weird he cares about it that much because I don't even understand his motivation there.
Yeah, that's very
Because he almost like dismisses Tyrion as the culprit and is like, it's actually Sansa on her own did it.
Right. But it might just be like that George was having random people talk with different possibilities just to like, you know, it doesn't really matter who's speaking whatever line.
That's true.
I'm trying to make sense of the Purple Wedding, man. Purple Wedding just doesn't make sense. Let's be honest.
You were right that like why involve the hairnet when Olenna is the one that takes it, right? She takes it and then she puts it in the thing when nobody's looking. Like she could have just brought that to the feast on her own.
See, the problem is that like, and some people are like, oh, well, you need the Sansa hairnet because then it goes to Sansa. But it's like Sansa would go on trial and be like, yeah, Olenna was fixing my hairnet. Like she can like she would out them all. Or like Dantos gave me the hairnet. I had nothing to do with it and Olenna was fixing it. I wasn't even near your cup. What are you talking about? How could I put it in? her being around is too much.
But that's why Littlefinger needed to do that. He needed the hairnet to implicate Sansa so he can whisk her away. That way she has no way to return.
I mean, the hairnet
makes sense.
No one talks about the hairnet. The hairnet isn't even part of it. No one knows about the hairnet at all.
And Littlefinger. Because Dantos is dead. Like, Olenna, I guess, knows about the hairnet, but if she knows, she can't tell anybody about the hairnet because then it would implicate her.
You're right. So the hairnet is useless because, like, the hairnet wasn't used at all. No one found out about the hairnet. Like, they're like, oh, the strangler happened.
Preston,
okay.
Stop ruining the books. He does this all the time. Stop ruining the book.
Fucking purple wedding. And then Corrin Halfhand shows up and is like, the old powers are awakening.
You mean Arthur Dayne?
Arthur Dayne, I'm sorry.
Yeah, everybody goes, Arthur Dayne, I thought you were dead.
And he says the old powers are awakening. How did you lose your fingers? I've been with the Night's Watch for 15 years. Why? I don't know. Do we know who the Lord Commander during the 6 or so years Bloodraven was at the Wall, but not Lord Commander? What was that dynamic like? Oh, I don't think we know who the Lord Commander was. And I mean, yeah. I mean,
Fire and Blood 2.
We're just gonna say it was
Fire and Blood 2. You mean Blood and Fire?
Blood and Fire 2.
That's what he said.
Blood and Fire.
Blood and Fire, right?
Fire 2.
It was, it was. I'm just trying to think of a George R. Martin name. It was,
Bloris.
Sour Jack Vance. No, that's Jack. I'm coming up with the real names. Sour Jack Martell was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch at that time. Tall Eustace Snow was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch.
I like that. Eustace Snow.
Yeah, but no, we don't know.
They're still talking about the hairnet, and they're trying to put a pin in what you're saying. The hairnet was just an excuse Littlefinger used to show Sansa that nobody is her friend except for him. The actual poison could have been delivered in another way easily. I like that.
So he did
that.
No, he just did it just for Sansa. He involved Dantos and everything
just to manipulate Sansa.
To make her think about, yeah. That there was no poison in the hairnet at all.
Joffrey just
the hairnet could be for Sansa so Littlefinger can make her feel guilty and convince her to go with him. Does she need convincing?
She's ready. She's DTE. She's down for escaping.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
she is down. She is DTE.
I like Krostaben's thing better. Like, he's trying to manipulate her into thinking that she can't trust anybody but him, so she'll always be there.
Yeah.
I kind of get it a little bit. Like, she's implicated now, so she has to trust him. But the thing is, she doesn't in reality, she isn't actually implicated. Maybe he's just like gaslighting her.
I mean, she is implicated, but she wouldn't know that she's implicated.
Right.
And she's only implicated because she disappeared, and everyone's like, "That's suspicious." I guess she was, she probably wouldn't have been implicated had she stuck around. They would have gone on trial, and I guess Sansa would have kept her mouth shut. I mean, maybe she would have testified. Like, what did you see that night? Maybe she would have broken down.
Well, and Tyrion specifically says he would not testify against her. So
yeah.
So look at this one person. Why are you all calling it a hairnet when it was a necklace? Or did they change that from the books?
That's gaslighting. Yeah, gaslighting. I know. It's hairnet. It's hairnet in the books. It's hairnet in the books. It's necklace in the show. Yeah, it's necklace in the show.
Is it a necklace in the show?
It was, yeah. They changed it to a necklace in the show.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. I'm like saying that I'm like calling this guy crazy, and then I'm the one that's wrong.
Like, well, you're so focused on the books that you don't even think about the show anymore.
Poison? Like, yeah. Wait. Oh yeah, it was a necklace. You're right. It was a big necklace. Wow.
What do you think was the purpose of creating a religion, especially Abrahamic ones? Was it by deep state for control, a union of the poor versus the rich, or for the prophet's own fame and power? I mean, I don't think there was any sort of like human conspiracy in it. I think that religion was a slow evolution. I mean, I think, anthropologists talk about this at first, that, that there's the world is filled with unexplained things. And so they try to explain things, and they begin to worship nature in order in hopes that the nature will go their way. They pray that the storms won't be so severe. They pray that the earth will grow them crops. They pray that there will be animals in the forests. And then you're worshiping nature, and then slowly that becomes anthropomorphized, because humans anthropomorphize everything. And so we anthropomorphize nature, and all of a sudden we have deities. And then we sort of accept that there's a polytheistic world where we're worshiping deities of various natural forms. And then over time, we choose favorite deities that we like. We accept that other people have their deities, but we have our favorite deities. The pantheon kind of disappears, and then each people have their own deity. And then we get to the point where we're like, no, everybody else's deity is the wrong deity, and there's only one deity. And that's where like monotheism like comes from. But I don't think anybody, created anything over time, like, in a conspiratorial sense. But, it just kind of, it makes sense at the time. Like when you want something from nature, you've got, you worship and have worship to that deity. And then over time, when the nature disappears and there's not as much nature around, the God becomes more abstract. And so this is why they say that like the Abrahamic religions developed out of the desert, because you had less things. You didn't have a river and a woods you just had the fucking desert to look at nothing. And so this is why like they became single God focused first, was the idea. But I don't think there's any sort of conspiracy or anything. That's just over time. That's just how things went.
I read a couple stuff about like it's called like supernatural surveillance theory, that like certain aspects of like organized religion start in like state societies or whatever. That like there are some aspects of it where like they wanted to keep people in check even when nobody was looking. So like but I don't know how much of that is like intentional, like that's like, a conspiracy is intentionally creating this versus, I don't know, I'm not sure how much of it was intentional.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think most people were like true believers, I mean, you can believe and want to control people at the same time, right? What's weird is that the narrative in the religion is the reverse of what we think happened in time, right? Like the narrative in religion is that the world started out monotheistic and we kept falling into polygamy. The polygamy was just so alluring that over time we just kept falling into it. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, there's one God, but my God, it's just so tempting to worship a tree and a river and a rock at the same time. Oh my God,
And a cow.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Do you have more travel stories? You made videos on Mecca, Israel, Egypt, but not Germany or Taiwan. Round one. Also, have you been to Istanbul? I've been to Istanbul a few times. I mean, I've got endless travel stories. I don't know which ones are kind of extreme enough that like it's a good story at once. There's a lot of random stuff that's happened to me. I mean, I've been to around 115 countries. And so I've got crazy stories from all over.
Why did you say that? Oh my God.
What's that?
Now that you being a CIA agent, the rumors of you being a CIA agent never going to cease now that you told them how many countries you've been to.
I mean, the CIA people are going to focus on like one place. Like, I'm talking like,
That's exactly what the CIA would want you to believe.
Right. Yeah. They had me go to Liechtenstein, like, oh man, fucking all these like tiny little countries that like San Marino and Bahrain and stuff that I went to just to like go there.
You never know. To the audience, this is something I actually told Preston multiple times in the past, and I told Trey last night. You guys love to travel all over the places. I'm sure you have recordings of you guys in all of these places. A travel blog channel would be awesome. I'm sure people would appreciate it.
Yeah,
it would be awesome. It's just that it takes time to edit it. Like it takes time from something else. You're like, oh. I'd love to.
What if time traveling Bran hates the original timeline Starks? That's kind of funny. Messes them to hurt them because the Red Wedding, stabbing of Jon, etc. Cheers from Vienna. I mean, that's an interesting idea. Like, we don't know what the Starks did in the original timeline. Like, maybe they were eventually dicks to Bran, and that he's gone back in time to fuck him. It's like this is his vengeance. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting idea though. Though I don't know if that's I think it's a little darker that it's a little darker that Bran really is doing horrible things to people he loves. But yeah, I mean, anything's possible. Who knows what happened in that OG timeline? But I mean, my only idea about the OG timeline is that Hodor was the greatest knight in the world, and that Bran was much older when he crossed the wall and made it to the cave of the three-eyed crow, and realized that there wasn't enough time and he needed to be younger or something to do these events when he was younger. But that's my only idea on the OG timeline. I mean, who knows what happened in it? That no dragons hatching or something like that, Advice for fans starting the book after the shows. I will tell you this on this is that I have several fans like back in my heyday that got into my channel after watching the show, didn't know what the fuck I was talking about but it seemed fascinating, and read the books because we were talking about all this crazy theory crafting. So, if you are a fan that's starting the books, like, I do think that like us talking about the Purple Wedding is a fun thing because it makes you want to go and be like, what are they fucking talking about? Or debating the cat's ball over and over again. Like that kind of stuff is really fun. Or the pink letter and stuff like that. But, I don't know. The advice for starting the books. I mean, I've got a going over series. You just sit down and read them, but it's just, I think just keeping in mind that there's a lot of detail and a lot of fun to be had when you start looking at these background characters that keep coming back. That George, even though we've spent a lot of time harassing George for fucking up and making things that don't make sense, he does focus on background characters more than any other writer does.
Yeah.
Like any other writer would just be like, and that guy never seen again, and that guy never seen again, and that guy's never seen again. And George is like, no, I'm fucking bringing him back, bringing Giles Rosby and those tapestries and that dagger. It's all coming back.
George is just also a really good writer. His prose is fun to read.
It is really
great
fun
dialogue.
Yeah, it's almost, you get spoiled. You go to other stuff and you're like, oh god, all these people are the same character, or this is a really boringly written paragraph, and you realize like George is really good at what he does. Is overanalyzing House of the Dragon dead? It's been a while. No, not at all. It's just, when I have time for something like that, I'm going to be focusing on Dunk and Egg. because Dunk and Egg is coming first. So I've got to focus on finishing Dunk and Egg before I focus on finishing overanalyzing House of the Dragon. But, when they start announcing dates and everything, I'll start thinking about getting back to House of the Dragon. There's plenty. There's a whole bunch more to that. Oh gosh. Advice selecting a spouse and keeping marriage happy? Oh Christ. I'll say this about relationships is when you're younger, you're looking for things that are quite exciting. And so you may really like people that you fight with all the time. Over time, that's going to be a problem. And you don't really want to be with someone that you fight with all the time. Even though when you're young, that's really exciting. You can, there's some great sex to be had, but it's when you're older, it's like, oh my God, this is fucking exhausting. I feel like Taylor Swift. This is exhausting. Like that's all I can say is find someone that you don't argue with so much. You don't have to be that similar person, but I do tend to think that there's compromising people and uncompromising people in the world. And if you're two compromising people, you're going to end up married forever. If you're one compromising person and one uncompromising person, you're going to end up divorced. And if you're two uncompromising people, you're going to break up soon. So, just you want somebody that's just not constantly fucking like starting fights. Just steer away from somebody that's just constantly starting fights with you.
That's easier. Hey, scroll up a little bit. You missed one. From
Did I?
Longshanks. Yeah, from that guy right there. No, above him. Yeah, there you go.
You're right. Oh, how does someone get trusted enough to leave the wall as a wandering crow and come back? Also, what stops deserters from claiming to be wandering crows? That's a very good point about the wandering crow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'd be like, I'm a wandering crow. Oh, really? Yeah, totally. Really? Okay. I bet they have a document folded up in their pocket that says they're a wandering crow. That'd be my guess.
There's a list that's sent out to every castle of who's actually a wandering crow and who's not, like a background check.
Yeah, but all he has to do is have like a little letter saying like that has a seal from the Lord Commander that says, "Look, I'm an actual wandering crow. Please don't execute me." And then, but yeah, it's a really fucking like the wandering crow job has to be awesome. That's the best one. But I think the wandering crows would have to be volunteers versus like sent to the wall for a crime. Because I would never trust a criminal to go around recruiting from the Night's Watch. It would have to be like an honest to God, no crime volunteer are the only ones eligible to be wandering crows. Because also they wouldn't also feel that bad. Like, oh yeah, I'll join the Night's Watch, but I want to be a wandering crow. Okay, all right, you're in. Good job. That'd be my guess. Only volunteers. Sam Tarly and Jon Snow could have been wandering crows.
Preston, you gotta bring back that one other wandering crow that's mentioned, but we never got any closure for.
There's a bunch. He's hanging out with the two brothers from the Dornish Marches that pledged their service to Robert. Have you read Christopher Ryan books, especially the last one? I have not. Let's see. Not the actor, Christopher Ryan. I have not. This is he wrote a book called Sex at Dawn.
Is he like an anthropologist?
Oh, okay. I have not. He argues that humans began evolved egalitarian hunter-gatherer bands in which sexual interaction was a shared resource, much like food, childcare, and group. Oh, he's saying that we all were polygamous probably to begin, or polyamorous.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. It's rather interesting. In the Dominican Republic, a lot of people kind of live in. So a lot of people have children by different parents. Like a woman will have 5 children by five different fathers. But you'll say like, "Well, what happened to the other fathers?" And she'll be like, "Oh, they're around because they all live in the same neighborhood." It's like that. They're around, and it's like, oh, okay. It's not that she's banging all 5, but like they're all still in the community. But I do wonder in some of these communities, like if you can just. There's a question of like, why is HIV rates much higher in Africa than say Europe? Because even in certain parts of Europe, like condom use can be really low. Like Scandinavia, condom use is not exactly very high, but they don't have any STDs, or they don't have many. And so the question is like, why, when there's bad use of condoms, why is HIV prevalent in some societies much more than others? And you start looking at like number of sexual partners, and you find that actually like these people have like 5, 6 lifetime partners, and somewhere else they'll have 10, 12. So like it's not anything to do with like promiscuity or anything like that. And then it turns out it's like it has to do with Westerners tend to be serial monogamists. We tend to date one person at a time, get sick of them, move on, never see them again. One person at a time, get sick of them, move on. And in those interrupted periods, you aren't able to pass. You don't pass as many STDs because you're not having sex with like versus say somebody that only has sex with 3 people in their whole life, but they're having sex with one on a Monday and another on a Thursday. That's very different when we're talking about spreading STDs. They're having sex with fewer partners, but it's when they're having sex with the partners. And then some people talk about the like super spreaders, and it doesn't matter because it's about super spreader behavior, and that's the only difference, But living in a society where like you've got a community and there's just like 3 people that you bang, in a kind of polyamorous way, like very well. I mean, lots of human societies like exist that way, and it's could very well have been how we all were at one time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that the Night's Watch vows contain a riddle, and the answer is the sun? Let's see. Night's Watch vows. I mean, I am the let's see. Is there a question? Let's read it here. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my host with the sword of the darkness. I am the watcher of the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold. Oh, I see. If you said, "Who am I?" right? And you say, "Who am I?" Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife and hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crown and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for all night and all night and all nights to come. One could argue that sons have crowns, and that then the father
horn that wakes the sleepers. I don't get what that one is.
I mean, I guess metaphorically, like the sun wakes you up, so you're kind of you're like a horn. I mean, you can twist it and push it, but
I guess takes a little bit of twisting.
yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh my god, I'm never gonna get
It's a fun idea, but I don't know.
Love your content, Preston. Curious about your opinion. Fuck, marry, kill. You Carmine Trey. Oh, for
he kills himself?
Yeah, like no.
Yeah, do that.
Like for
What?
other people who would see us as fuck, marry, kill. I think most people would probably be like, kill Carmine, fuck Trey, marry Preston. I think that's how most people would see us. Because you can't do fuck Carmine. No one knows what Carmine looks like.
That's true.
Grindelwald, German dark wizard Hitler, is held in the Newmengard Castle prison. Oh, I see.
Oh,
This all comes back.
that's a little on the nose.
Yeah.
A little on the nose there, JK.
Sandor Frey gets the Hound Helm when the Vale invades. Oh. This is from the fanfic. I don't know. It's a good question. Who gets the Hound Helm next?
No, the helmet needs to get destroyed. The damn helmet.
A damn helmet is
Just smash it.
I mean, right now Lem Lemoncloak has it. So, like, who would get it after Lem? Or does Lem die? Why would Lem die? So we just have Lem have it for a long time. It's a damn annoying helmet, isn't it? Sandor Frey. That'd be crazy. That for him to get it. Maybe.
Because that's the thing is with the helmet. Okay, it's Sandor's helmet. Then it goes to what's his name? Rourke,
right?
And it goes to Lem. It's like Sandor's bad, and then like Rourke is even worse. And then now it's like Lem.
That's Lem.
It's like Lem. You're like, Lem's kind of mean. He's kind of bad. But he's not like
not in the same league, right? Like you can't really get much worse than Rourke. I mean, there's no human being that's worse than Rourke. Zoe is Yunkish, Mo is Miranese. Not true.
Damn.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got Resnak, Mo Resnak, who is a Mo. Hisdar's a Lorik,
right?
Right. They're both from Marine, and you've got a Mo and a Zoe. Now, I admit there's probably more Mo's in. Well, we meet the guy from Astapor, Krasni's, Mo Knocklaws. So Mo has one from Astapor, but
in Osnak Zopal is Miranese, which is another one that's Miranese, but it has Zoe, not Yukish. So it doesn't work. Right.
I'm trying to think. Skaha's Mo Kondak is a Mo. Resnak Mo Resnak. Hisdar's Zoe Lorik. You're right. And then the Paul. Yeah. It's I don't even know if I can confidently say if one has more prevalence than the other. I'm trying to think. Noble. Right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Noble families.
And it seems to be a masculine thing because Galaza Galari doesn't have a Zoe or Mo. But that might be a special scenario where she's the Green Grace, so maybe not.
I think I've done that list.
There's a Na. There's Prindal Na Gazine. Who's Giscari, and there's Na. Weird. So we got Mo, Zoe, and Na. But Na is only used once.
Got to get more Nas in there. Like, if we're making up characters. Man. Yeah. No, I mean, they might have different frequency because I'm trying to remember the list of the Wise Masters and their rotations. Like, who is the drunken hero?
Graznan Mo Eras is
Right.
Yunkus, and he has Mo as well. You're right that it's a lot of the wise masters have Zo, but some of them do have Mo as well. And then
Yeah,
in Marine, it's just it's whatever. There's no
random.
consistency in Marine.
Yeah, if only there was any logic to it.
Okay, so one person says maybe Mo is son of like Bin, and Zo is the family name. So like Mo is like you're the son of this person, and then Zo is like you're from that family.
Right, like in Arabic, right? Like Bin, like Abu is father of, and Bin is son of, right? So like anyone that's like, a lot of people go by the name like if you're just called like the Abu Mazen is what all the Palestinians call a boss. They call him Abu Mazen because his first son, his son's name is Mazen, so he's Abu Mazen. But yeah, if Bin is like the son of, it could be something like that. Then what the hell's Na? Maybe Na is father of.
It messes it up because there's a Goraz Zo Eraz and there's a Grazdan Mo Eraz. So like Eraz is both a surname but also a father name as well. It loses that there's a person that is Zo Eras and Mo Eras. Like, I don't know. I guess the family name could be the same as an individual's name, but it kind of breaks.
I mean, you got Resnak Mo Resnak, right? But if that's son of Resnak, son of Resnak,
if it's son of,
we'll have to ask.
We'll have to ask George.
We'll have to ask
George.
What if the story is really about cool magic swords, prophecies, and John being Jesus, and all the nuance is just filler, and fans are overanalyzing things? That would be not George's style. I mean, it would go against everything he's ever done before.
I promise this is not me on an alt account putting this in here. I promise this is not me. So
yeah. I mean, it's always a possibility, but it would be a little weird. It'd be a little weird. I mean, it's kind of like say you took like Quentin Tarantino, and then all of a sudden, like Quentin Tarantino did like a Fast and the Furious movie, and it was just exactly the same as the other Fast and the Furious movies. You'd be like, that's a little weird because that's not really your style, you know? Not that like people hadn't done that. Like, didn't that guy that did Machete, didn't he do like Spy Kids? So, I mean, it's not like,
he did.
Yeah, it's not like people don't do that,
Rodriguez, right?
But it'd be really weird. It'd be really weird for your magnum opus. The many-faced god is money, isn't it? That's how I've always seen it anyway. Coins from different cultures have different faces. This reminds me of this story I heard where back when Counting Crows were popular, a guy went up to the lead singer of Counting Crows and he's like, I figured it out, man. I got it. Mr. Jones is your dick, right? And he's like, no, dude, no. No, it's not. Is the many-faced god money? Well, they certainly don't speak of it that way. Right?
Not all coins have faces, even in our story.
Right. I mean,
yeah, there's not much like textual support. Like they have the coin, I guess, but that's
right. But at the same time, they've kind of established that the god has many names in different cultures, right? And that it's the god of death in different cultures. Like we're specifically told that that's what the many-faced god is.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do French and UK diplomats compare to the US? Well, I've only met a few, but I will say this, that the US has a much, much, much larger diplomatic presence in countries. Sometimes, like when you're talking like an embassy will have 300 to 400 diplomats working there, and the UK embassy will have 10, you know? And that affects things, you know, it affects like you know, when there's if a program is going to be, you know, they're going to spend money on a program, or if you're looking for someone to like diplomatically talk to another group within the country, and you don't go to the UK or the French, because you don't have those people that specialize in that. Keep in mind that, like, you know, when you're talking about, like, diplomats for the most part do visa stuff. So like when you're talking about like the UK only having a limited number of people, like they're handling visas. So then you're like, well, who's handling political issues and economic issues and public affairs issues? And it's like, well, no one is there. So it's not that they're different. Like, obviously these French and British counterparts are intelligent people, but they just don't have the numbers or the specialization that U.S. diplomats do. It's the bigger comparison is actually the U.S. to Russia, China, Iran, because those are the only countries that spend significant money on foreign policy and influencing foreign governments. The UK and France, like they might, well, the UK not so much, but the French will focus on former colonies, and French-speaking countries. But like, if you're talking like, what's the French presence in Jordan, for example? Well, there's not much. They're there, but it's not the same. Like they don't have all sorts of programs and stuff like that. So it's a very, very different world. It's comparing apples and oranges. It's just the European countries don't put in the same effort, not in a, you know, good or bad sense. I don't mean, but there's just so many more. There's just so many more American diplomats in a country than any other country. It's like I say, it's more to compare it to like Russia, China, Iran than anything else. All right. Who'd be better as master of coin, Keynes or Hayek? So you get these weird. You're only going to find. I've talked about this before, but no one in the world of economics puts any thought or lends any credence to Austrian school of economics. Like, it's not a thing. Austrian school of economics comes from the idea that you have a dogma, you believe something, and now you are looking for a pseudoscience to support it. It's not like neo-Keynesian and neoclassical schools where you have real academics at real universities doing real research and publishing real papers in real peer-reviewed journals. Like, that's real economics. Neo-Keynesian and neoclassical, they disagree on a lot of things, but you've got real economists doing that. There's no real economics with Austrian school. So when you talk about like Hayek, like no one accepts that as real. And I'm not going to like pretend that he is up with the rest, that you should look at him. Like it's not what anybody like focuses on. It's not real. You're putting a false equivalence as if like he's on the same level as Keynes. Like, Keynes is a really important person whose economic teachings affect every single country today, that affects everybody's monetary policy today, is affected by Keynes. While Hayek like is irrelevant. Austrian school of economics is irrelevant. I've seen it on like online on YouTube among like conspiracy people, but this is again like this comes from not of like I've studied the science and I've gone through all of these things and that has led me to accepting that this is the truth, versus like I have a philosophical belief to start and I am looking for support. You know? That's a very different way of like, you know, you have to watch out like when you have beliefs in this world. Like, are you finding evidence on the ground that leads you to a conclusion, or do you have a belief and you're desperately searching for anything to prop it up? And that's what Austrian school is. I've never met anyone that's like, oh yeah, I believe in Austrian school. And I'm like, really? Like, did you study econ? Never. Oh yeah. Never met a single one. I have never met anyone in my life that believes in Austrian School of Economics who has a degree in economics. Like it's just odd. It's for people that have a belief, who want to seem like they have some sort of academic support or legitimate support for what they believe. They don't. Austrian school is not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not real. No one believes in it. How to deal with centrist friends. I don't know how are there centrists left in the world? Like, how do they believe? Like, what are you talking about? Like, centrists? Like, who's a centrist? Are there any centrists left? I don't think it's possible when like. I mean, I'd just be like...
I've seen people that are like both sidesism. Like, they're like, both sides, therefore I don't vote for anybody. So you're like, what can I do with you?
Preston, I know what you're going through with your job. I won't say anything. You can always trust me to keep that shit private. But after what you told me, whenever I see both sides are the same, I get as angry as you now, especially after what you told me recently that's going down. Oh, yeah. I'm sure you'll tell Trey later, but... Really, both sides? Like, really? Both sides? Like, if Kamala was in right now...
If Kamala was elected, it would be the exact same, all right?
Yeah. USAID, she would have dismantled USAID too, leading to famine like, in Gaza. Yeah, that would have fucking happened. You know, like, it's, yeah. But, I mean, I would say...
this is just news right now. If Kamala was elected, she would have received texts from Laura Loomer to make sure Gazan children who are injured aren't given access to in the United States.
Oh yes, of course,
because that's something Kamala would have totally done.
She would have been taking over cities and arresting people and sending them to rape prisons
she would
El
go
Salvador.
To the Smithsonian and say we need to reevaluate the displays.
Yeah, she would have threatened every news source to support her, or else she'd sue them. You know, like people are fucking idiots. But I would say like how to deal with centrist friends. I would bring up a really important issues that you can't be centrist on. Like I would start with abortion. Like, how can you be a centrist when like women's right to choose is like so important? There's no middle ground there. It's like you either believe women have reproductive rights or you don't. I mean, you could bring up like anything, you know, same-sex marriage, which they're attacking now. You know, abortion, the environment. Like there's like, do you believe in climate change or not? Like, come on, like it's there's a clear difference between the left and the right. I mean, the right just doesn't even believe in facts, and I mean, a centrist. I don't know how, like, when they're arresting people and sending them away without like due process, and you know, I don't know, Jesus Christ, and overturning Roe v. Wade. I just don't understand how there's any centrism. How can anyone be a centrist on any of that? But oh, did Aegon V finance the High Hermitage for his infant nephew, Prince Maegor after the Great Council of 233 and adopted into the House of Danes so he could get corrupted. I mean, sure, why not? I don't know why Maegor would go there. I guess Maegor is part Danish. I guess because Aerion Brightflame would be half Dane, and so that means Maegor would be a quarter Dane. Yeah, so maybe he went there. In the fanfic, we had Maegor flee across the narrow sea. But you never know. But adopted into House Dane so he could get corrupted at court, like Daemon Blackfire was by bitter knights and disgruntled lords. I mean, you have no idea what Maegor. I mean, this is like the Bright Flame theory. It's not even a theory, but the Bright Flame idea is that somehow that they would have joined together too, right? That everybody disgruntled abroad is going to join together because they're all disgruntled. How was your trip to Curacao? I think I'm your one fan from there. Overall experience living in the Caribbean. Curacao was really nice. I got sick there, so I spent a lot of it sleeping, but Curacao was super beautiful, really easy to get around. It's funny going to different countries, beach countries, because you get to see the beach trash that goes to the beach. And like American poor white trash and British poor white trash and Australian poor white trash is fucking crazy, like crazy dumb, drunken, dirty. And the Dutch have their version, but it's not anywhere close. Like it's not anywhere they're all covered in tattoos and they're Dutch and they've gone on this vacation to Curacao, but they're just not as trashy as the American Brits and the Aussies. Like we're just so much trashier on our beach holidays. Well, the Dutch are not that much. Granted, somebody told me but Curaçao's kind of far from the Netherlands. Like maybe they're going to different places. Maybe the trashy Dutch are only going to certain places. I was like, okay, maybe. I don't know. But Curaçao was really nice. I really liked it. I'm a little weirded out that they say that Curacao is strangely was supposed to be super dry, and all of a sudden they say because of climate change it's super humid, and all the Curacao people are kind of weirded out by it. They're like, I don't know what this is going to do, but all of a sudden are the cactuses all going to die, that kind of thing. Why is Val's named Val? There's actually two Vals in A Song of Ice and Fire. There's another. Oh no, maybe there's $2. There's $2. There's one Val.
Valrengi.
They
from.
I will say there's a Val. There's a Val character in Windhaven, George's book with Lisa Tuttle. Val's a very important character in that, though that Val is a boy. But that's the only other Val but George likes to borrow names from different places. So for instance, Windhaven, Erie is in Windhaven. A lot of different characters. Sorella is in Windhaven. Sorella is the same character in Windhaven. It's but she's the best student at their citadel. Catsparis Daguerrean. What will you reveal what happened at Summerhall in the fanfic? Absolutely. Just the question is when we're going to get to that. Oh gosh. All right. Been on for over 4 hours here. I'm going to have to cut it off. I know I didn't get to all the super chats. Why do you think the Purple Wedding plot doesn't make sense? Littlefinger and Elena trying to kill Tyrion makes perfect sense. No, except giving Sansa the hairnet. It doesn't make sense because there's no point in bringing in Sansa. Like the theory is that Littlefinger and Elena wanted to kill Joffrey. So they go and hire a drunk to recruit a 13-year-old girl to bring a hairnet to the dinner so that Olenna herself can pull out the poison and drop it into the cup. Like, why have the drunk and the 13-year-old girl? Like, Olenna can just bring the fucking poison herself. It's silly because it's a drunk. He might fuck up and reveal things. And, well, first of all, why even involve Littlefinger? Tell Littlefinger no, and then do it yourself. But you don't, like, Littlefinger provides nothing. Like, he provides nothing. So, like, if you were going to kill Joffrey, don't involve Littlefinger, the most untrustworthy character in the story. Don't involve a drunk, and don't involve a 13-year-old girl. Like, what if she gets caught? What if she forgets the hairnet? What if she thinks it's not stylish? What if the drunk gets drunk? What if he sells you out because he's a drunk? Like, it's the dumbest plan. When you could just walk in with your fucking strangler in the first place and drop it in the cup. Like, just be done.
God.
You know?
What would they have done if Sansa didn't wear the hairnet?
Right? Oh, I forgot to wear the hairnet. You should go back and get that hairnet. Why? Fuck.
Like, was there a plan B? If Sansa just chose not to wear the hairnet? Because
maybe Olenna has a pocket. Maybe Olenna's got a pocket full of strangler. I don't know. But like
there was another 13-year-old girl in there that they also had as a backup. Like, or there was a different backup. It was like Giles Rosby. They gave him a ring or something.
Have you heard the theory that Jaqen was with Yoren because Littlefinger hired him to kill Ned on the way north? If Ned lived, he could expose Peter's betrayal.
Oh,
I've not heard that, but I mean, Peter did say that the faceless men are pretty expensive, but yeah, Littlefinger wanted him to die, and that was his backup plan, was Jaqen. It's a very expensive backup plan. I mean, it makes sense. There's a sense to it, except for the fact that, like, Jaqen is massively expensive. You know?
Yeah. Just get Rourke to do it. Rourke would do it for free.
Yeah. That's true. And chew off Ned's tits. But also, like, why have him in the cells? Like, just, he doesn't need to be. He's a faceless man. He can kill Ned at any time, any place. All right. Yeah, I got to cut it off. I'm sorry, everyone. Why was Jaime sent to Squire Crakehall of all places? Why not River Run to get close to Lysa? Brought to King's Landing or kept at Castle Rock or Tywin's brother? Why Crakehall? Like, to actually have him, like, Squire for the Blackfish? That'd be something. I mean, it might be that, you know, it might have been a favor for the Crakehalls to keep the Crakehalls close or whatever. It's hard to say, like, why people do these sorts of things. Why do they get to Squire for different people? I don't know. I'm sure it was not a thought of too much by George. It was like he just wanted to have a place for Merritt Frey and Jaime to squire together for the plot. It's an interesting idea, though. We just don't know enough about the Crakehalls, unfortunately. I mean, there's a lot of these marriages where I'm just like, well, that marriage isn't advantageous at all. Why would anyone do that marriage? And you're like, you're right, it's not. Like, how did like Gemma Lannister ever get, like, why was she ever married off to Frey? They try to explain it, but you're like, come on. Roland Crakehall? I mean, Roland was one of Tywin's, like, chief fucking loyal guys. So I imagine it's all part of their building a relationship to make the Westermen really united. You know, you got to consolidate the West. The Westlands. Davos meeting the Zealots would be a fun interaction. That's going to happen. That's going to happen in Davos too. Littlefinger is a Rhaen married into the Fingers. I thought Littlefinger is a Bravosi. He's Bravosi.
He is.
Yeah. Why would Varys and Illyrio risk placing a very mad Tyrion with Fagon? Couldn't they figure out Tyrion would mess with the boy? And indeed he did. I think they thought that that Aegon was actually going to marry Daenerys, and they didn't realize that Tyrion fucked with him. That was their mistake. Preston, have you ever looked at Illyria Dane actually being Ned and Ashara's kid? Her age is treated as 16 to 20. It's crazy younger than she's supposed to be with the other siblings. It's a very good point. It's a very good point that Illyria Dane could definitely be, considering she's betrothed in a Game of Thrones, which makes her about 16. Yeah. That's something to think about, that Illyria is actually Ashara's child. Huh. I've never looked into that. That's a very good idea, though, and worth a thought of thinking. Worth some time thinking about. And oh gosh, I'm sorry to everyone, but when Theon is hunting with Bran, he mentions there's a dozen holdfasts within a day's ride of Winterfell. Didn't realize the area was so populated. It's true. They could be hiding in any of these holdfasts. Places to get food. But how big's a holdfast? You know, how much food do they have? Is it like one room house? Anyway. And do you think a lot of the Winds of Winter sample chapters will be changed because the plot is so slow, and apparently George is committed to 7 books these days? George has in the past changed red chapters majorly. He has. Dance with Dragons chapters were changed significantly once they're read. Not so, so it could very well be that way. Going to sleep. Thanks for the Eurostream. Thank you. And I'm sorry I can't go much further, but that's it. Old Town, Sea of Garden, Board Myers, break through the wildfire storage. Jaqen jumps out of the wildfire like Dahan blowing up the tower. Payment to the sacrifice of death. Maybe. All right, Carmine, Trey, thank you very much for joining me. I just this was such a popular stream
Already?
that I couldn't finish everything, but here we are.
Oh, bro, you just.
I'm
not even gonna say it.
I know. All right, guys. I will. Thanks for everything. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for the super chats I couldn't get to, but thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.